Do you know it is still summer here in the house of sewing? I hope I didn't make you jump too much. Anyone wearing headphones? I hope everyone's doing well. Seems like the volume's actually off on my devices. That's a first. Awesome. Awesome. Perfect. Hello. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing, and welcome to the Godless Sewing channel. You know, I've been having a lot of troubles with my pre-records, so I hope everyone's doing well. I'm gonna plan on going live a little bit more because YouTube is just not as friendly as it used to be. How's it going, Mo? Hello, Butterfly. Hello, hello. Awesome, awesome, Mo. Hello. Sleep is a good thing. Michigan time is 3 hours later than your time. Yeah, we're wide awake here on the West Coast. Awesome, awesome. We got real rain. Nearly made me find religion. Now that's hilarious, Butterfly. It's strange when it rains here too. We're like, what is this? What is this foreign substance falling from the sky? What is this? I have some crazy plans today. I'm gonna go back to my hat making. I'm gonna still contemplate what I'm gonna cover my cape with, and I have a few other projects that I'm gonna be working on, but I forgot that I have miles of this stuff. So I'm gonna be making a hat. Alibaba actually gave me a really good idea last night. So I'm gonna go for the sequins mosquito net look, and we'll see how it goes. Awesome. I hope everyone's doing well. Like I said, I've been having major troubles with my pre-records, so I'm just gonna continue what I was doing. I don't believe in much, but if something's not happening, I'm not gonna continue to keep running at it like an idiot. Eventually, it'll either work or it won't. That's just the way it is. But here in the house of sewing, I try to stay positive. So I hope everyone's having a great day. To anyone watching this in the future, I absolutely thank you. There's quite a few people who watch my live streams after, and you guys are awesome. So I feel like that deserves a mention. Hey, Gilroy, hello. How's it going? It's still early. I gotta take a sip of my family cup. Do you have bubble wrap? No, but no, I don't have too much. Awesome. It is so muggy. I am not used to this temperature. I don't even come out here until it's like showtime because it's so gross right now. And I'm not used to this Florida weather. I live in California. So if I seem extra glowy or sweaty than usual, it's because it is muggy hot here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. Hey, Waternay, hello. How's it going? Do you know what's funny? I thought I canceled the ESPN app, but apparently they're charging me somewhere else. So that means they were charging me on every device that I used it on. Oh. So even though Spectrum has completely blacked out football, I can magically watch it. Oh, okay. Yay, hello. Which really isn't a concern of mine. Like, I'm really into hockey. I like sports in general, but it's just strange to me that the grip that Disney has on everything. It's really weird. But instead of those politics, let's get to the politics of making a hat. It's been a while, and there's quite a few things that I have to do in order to make this hat, but I'm ready to go. Just make the sewing shed into a walk-in freezer. That's not a bad idea. Isaiah asked me if he could have a refrigerator in his room, and I said yeah. So this weekend we're gonna go to the storage unit and get my old college fridge out of the storage unit. Yay! Hello, hello. Man, it is so muggy here. I am not used to this weather. Have a great night, Mo. Have a great night. I have a bunch of plans, but as they say, best laid plans. See, I am extra shiny already. See that? It is muggy here in the house of sewing. Oh, so let's pull out my magic stack of felt. I think it's felt. I don't even know what it is. Perfect. I have a ton of felt laying around. I feel like I should get more. And I know a place where I could probably get a really good price. But to all those people who were with me in my original hat making saga, I actually know what I'm doing. So I'm not as gun ho as I used to be as far as making hats. So butterfly, I'm gonna make a hat, and I'm thinking about using. I'm going to recreate my mosquito net hat, but I'm gonna use this as my mosquito net because it's sheer and you can see through it. Well, the closer you are, you can. So I am completely stoked. It's gonna look awesome. And Alibaba had a great idea, and I was like, you know what? I could actually make that. Even though I'm agnostic, man plans and God laughs is still one of my favorite sayings. I think it's Yiddish, not sure though. My mom says stuff like that all the time. All the time. All right. I'll give it a second. My coffee hasn't even kicked in yet. It's been a super long day. Oh, with the temperature changing and everything, it's crazy how, if you think about it, like in a month or two, it's going to be cold, But right now, it is still summer here in Southern California. All right, I'm going to clear this table off so I can start cutting my hat. So today is National Make Your Bed Day, Patriot Day. But whenever I think of Patriot, I think of the Mel Gibson movie, which we'll talk about some other time. It's also Libraries Remember Day. I think that's important because I am literally the kind of person that goes around and it's never cold there. I buy books from libraries that go out of business all the time. We have book sales, and you can get literally any book that you can think of for like a quarter, even in modern times. I know I'll be complaining about the cold soon. Do you know every season I'm like, okay, it's so hot. I'm not going to complain about the cold. So right now I'm sitting here and I'm like, I will not complain about the cold. I will. I'll be out here shaking with like 10 jackets on. Must say, I'm looking forward to exactly. It's all relative. It's all relative. It depends on where you live. Butterfly, I know that you have weather like ours where it's unreal. It is unreal hot. I'm just not used to the humidity. I'm trying not to whine and complain about it, but like it's sticky. And today is National Employee Boss Day, and I'm just gonna say no. Also National Hot Cross Bun Day. It's not necessarily on this side of the pond, but they're really good. At least the American versions with a lot of sugar on them. Libraries do something called weeding. It's basically where they take the books that are unpopular or outdated out of circulation to make room for the new ones. That's why you can get books for 25 cents. In certain parts of Los Angeles, a lot of the times they would be going out of business. There was one really sad sale where the entire library was going out of business. I love outdated books. I didn't make my bed. I have the I have this strange thing where I make my bed every day. It's the strangest thing. All right, let's start cutting for the hat. But that's an etiquette thing. It depends on where you're from, how you were raised. Like I was raised by drill sergeants, so I have unreal etiquette. Oh, where? Oh, here it is. Good grief, it's muggy out here. But I'm not one of those people who gets up, makes his bed, and yells at people and tells them to do it at all. To each their own discretion, as they say. All right, we'll take the plate out here. I will be glad when this weather's gone, but like we always say, we'll be complaining about the cold. Do you know, I was trying to decide what kind of hat I should make. Oh, hold on, sorry. I make it when I feel like it. Libraries too need a bunch of something in the Libraries too need a bunch of something in the beginning, but they don't need 4 copies of last year's bestseller. I agree. I usually do it, but didn't today. If I'm having a lazy day where I know I'm going to get up, make a cup of coffee, and go back in bed, I won't. But, you know, when I get up and running around, I'll make my bed. Oh, right. Do you know, every time I think of that, I think of the time I told my son he can watch anything on the internet except for Jordan Peterson. And he said, okay. And he walked out of the room. 2 weeks later, I'm like, okay, let's go to the store. And he's like, oh, hold on. I need to make my bed. And I'm like, you've been watching Jordan Peterson, haven't you? All right. That guy still creeps me out for the record, but I'm not here to be political. So I have a ton of felt. It's been a while. I'm trying to think of what I can use as a template, but I think I know what I'm going to use. I'm going to use my old grandma tin. Man, it has been a while because it's all coming back to me as I put this here. Let me grab. Have you heard this speech by military officers? Sorry, can't remember his rank. It's about making your bed. I think I have. I think I know what you're talking about. I have a vague idea of what you're talking about. Polished and assembled. My tiny library has about 15 copies of 50 Shades of Grey at one point because there were tons of people that wanted to read it. I'm like that with old movies. I have like 9 copies of the Devil Commands by Boris Karloff. I have like 6 copies of They Died with Their Boots On. I have like nine or 10 copies of Sansa Iwo Jima. I have 5 copies of the Mac on VHS. I'm crazy. Like I know what you're saying. I have an insane amount. I think I have like just in VHS. I have 3 different copies of Trouble with Tribbles. I'm a mess when it comes to VHSs. The sky is unreal. It was a really good speech. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing positive things, It's just when they start pushing certain politics that don't even include like where you live or who you are, it just gets weird to me. Oh no, I'm very disappointed. That's one book I've never read. It was not my thing. I'm not a shades of gray kind of guy. And what the funny thing is, I know about the book because everybody on earth has talked about it. So I know what the book is talking about. All right. I want to make this fairly, let me sit down for a second. Because I want to make this fairly large, but the more I think about it, I'm going to put a drape around it, so it might take away from the integrity and it might pull down on it. So I might have to make it a little bit smaller. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? How's it going? Oh no, I'm very disappointed. The Mac, the weird I believe it's 1970s. I have this weird thing, like if I see anything Stargate, I buy it at the thrift store. I own everything that there is to that has to do with Stargate. It's kind of embarrassing, actually. Yay! How's it going, Sarah? How's it going? I've tried to read it. It was terrible. They kept them all behind their circulation desk just because it was a fool's errand to put them back on the shelf just for somebody to take it to the circ desk to check it out 15 minutes later. Oh, that's hilarious. I haven't even seen the movie. I haven't even seen that movie. But keep in mind, I'm a traveler. I'm behind the times. Hello, love. I'm tired. How are you? I'm okay. Enjoying my day. I'm about to make a hat, but I'm trying to think of how big I want this to be. I used to when I want my hat to be really big, I read an article about the book. It has passages from the book. The writing was terrible. 50 Shades, yeah, I believe that's what they're talking about. Hello, Sarah. Hello. Yay. Hello. I don't want to see the movie. How big do I want my hat to be? All right, I'll use my Sears 1970s perm thing. I don't even know what this is. It's my grandmother's old perm machine, but I use it as a template to cut hats, really big hats. So let's see how this goes. All right. I was not kidding. You know what? Let's open this up for a second. Huge. Let's open this up. You think I'm playing? I know asking Godless Sewing How is kind of dangerous, but I actually do have a perm machine. Whoa. This is my grandmother's old Sears perm machine. There it goes. It's not like I need it. And it still smells like hair. I've never read it. I don't really like sex scenes in books, and that book is just one giant sex scene. Godless cuts. I'm scared to plug this thing in. My grandmother did keep immaculate care of everything she owned. So this probably still works, but it still smells like burnt hair to me. But this thing sits in here, but I literally have a 1970 something home perm machine. Thank you, Butterfly. This is cool. This is going to be part of my Godless Museum of forgotten things that people have forgotten about. Yay. Hi, Pam. Hello. I used to be into that lifestyle, so that book got a lot wrong. Hey, Pam. I could imagine, and that's the problem when somebody who's not involved in a lifestyle starts talking or writing about something. It's offensive because they're getting everything wrong. You're not even being sensitive. You're just like, wow, you're so wrong about a certain culture. Hey, Pam. Hello, hello. How are you? How are you? I hope you're having a good evening. I'm about to start making hats, but I was going to use the bottom of this for a template, but I had to show off my perm machine from my grandmother's old perm machine. I forgot I had this thing. I forgot I had this. And it does. This does just smell like perm. Let me hit that button. Oh, is that how you... Okay, good. I don't want to be the one that breaks this. This thing is in perfect condition as far as the inside goes. Yay. The male lead violated consent so many times. Yikes. Yikes. See, that's why that's why I hang out in my house and I sew. Yay. Hello, hello. I'm good. I just got finished reading to the kids. It's their bedtime. Awesome. Awesome. I have to constantly tell mine, like, it's time for bed. I used to get perms to relax my curl in my hair. Part of me is wondering if this works, but my son naturally has curly hair, and I don't have any willing participants around me to put like a 60-year-old machine. If you really think about this, like, it's not, well, it's like 50 something years old. This is this is around that era. Is that a perm machine or a hair dryer? It's a perm machine. Or actually, no, I don't know what it is. Now you got me questioning. I This fits my grandmother's motif because everything she owned was from Sears. Or she went to that country and purchased it there. Was it an issue to the authors to take? Was it an issue with the author's take on the scene, or was it meant to illustrate that the lead character was a jerk? True. The problem is we live in a world of zealots nowadays, and people are really myopic. Like every time I see a sewing machine on a television show or someone showing, I'm literally like, they're not using the right stitch. That's fake. That's fake. I call it out every single time. Or like, you watch certain, like in Paris is Burning, there's a scene where this guy's sewing. He can actually sew. And it's on a 1980s Singer sewing machine. Oh, it just every time I see that movie, I'm like, oh, that machine ages you. I like you, Will, but not enough to try your old perm machine. Understandable. Understandable. So he would violate consent and be all, you liked it, didn't you? Yuck. Yeah, that's narcissistic. Looks like a hair dryer. She probably sat under it while processing her perm or drying her hair. My grandmother got her hair done all the time up until she got dementia. She got her hair done almost every other week. She had the big 1950s poofy hair too. You might be missing out. And the female lead would blush and talk about her inner god. Oh gosh. It's funny how people can do that while they're in control of certain things. On the hair dryer. Oh, it's that kind of night, huh? I'm here for it. I am here for it. I'm pulling out my giant 19 whatever hair dryer perm machine. In my experience, it's just obsessive amateurs who obsess over tiny details being wrong. Actual pros can switch in and out of work mode and let the details be wrong for the sake of the story. That's why I have that saying, if you can't fight it, feature it. I'm rolling my eyes about the book. I agree with you, though, Kilroy. I absolutely agree with you. People do obsess over the tiniest details. People, you know what though? There's all kinds of things that I'm into that when someone gets it wrong. See, but I'm not. I won't send you an email. I'm not looking for the internet's manager. I won't send you an email. I'll just be like, okay, this person is an amateur. To quote Walter Subchak, I believe that's his name. Okay. Here we go. I gotta make sure both pieces are on. Gotta make sure I'm not cutting any cords. All right. Almost took my hand off. That would have hurt. Oh man, that's gonna have a mark tomorrow. That would have been cool if I cut my finger off live on YouTube. Okay. Now we got to make that saw blade look like a circle. Because hands are just such a... I'm so glad so many people enjoyed it. It was just fun. Absolutely. I do like supervisors of... I do like suspension of disbelief, but sometimes something is so blatant it takes you out of the story. I agree. It depends on what it is, though. It truly... I agree with you. I've got the Rocky theme going for you. Hands are such a crutch. Part of me wants my robot already. I know I'm a sellout to the human race, but part of me wants a robot to do all the cutting and Godless amputations, now licensed in Venezuela. I did almost take my finger off live on YouTube, but I'll just have a scar and one heck of a story in the morning. And while I'm at it, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinion of every human being on planet Earth. And here at Godless Sewing Airlines, we have access on both sides. And if you speak Spanish, that's a la izquierda or derecha. I hope everybody has a great evening. Flying Godless Sewing Airlines. Like I said, I have to turn this saw blade into a circle. I caught a few edges going in my perfect circle. You know what? I have Eye of the Tiger in my head right now because I was it's on my playlist. Oh, right. Okay, it's becoming more of a circle. That's perfect. Let's even out this side. Oh, now I have Eye of the Tiger just blaring in my head. Perfect. I don't want this to be too big, but I do have a giant head, so I have to keep it a certain size. All right. So we're going to leave this piece like that for a minute. I have to get the other piece I used to always measure my head with. Yay! Just got home from the deep country. Yay! And he got 100 pounds of potatoes. Party at Alibaba's house. 100 pounds of potatoes. That's awesome. You can make all sorts of fun things with 100 pounds of potatoes. I'd go bonkers with 100 pounds. That's awesome, Molly. Welcome. Yay. Hello, hello. Did you say to yourself, oh, grandma's hairdryer will be the perfect circle for my head? Yeah. I do have an 8 head. I have a giant skull, and I'm man enough to admit it. Oh, what's taters, precious? Oh, I am craving potatoes now. Potatoes. Okay, let's get the other pieces going. Clean up my mess a little bit. Grandma's hair dryer goes back in. I actually use it as a shelf, so this has a purpose. Oh man. All right. Now Eye of the Tiger is blasting in my head. Actually, I will show you how I cut the other pieces while we're here. We can make the bottom piece. I like to have all my pieces together, but we could sew and peel potatoes. House of Sewing Bar. We could make something spectacular. The freshest, precious potatoes, Seraphim, just washed out the ground on Saturday. Oh, I haven't been hungry all day, but I have to eat something. You know, and hanging out with us will make you hungry because we constantly talk about food. Well, I constantly talk about food. All right. Awesome. My notes are a bunch of like blah. I was not happy with my computer yesterday. All right. So I know the exact circumference of my head, which is weirdly almost the exact same length as this. So I use this all the time to cut out the shape for hats because I have a giant head. And this weirdly is almost the same circumference as my head. All right, we'll move those over. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, let's catch up with the chat. Freshest potatoes. Oh, let me get my private sewing. Private sewing, get your ass on that C5 to Canada. You're going to be peeling potatoes for the rest of your career. I like that. I like that. That's hilarious. Oh man. All right. So let's see if that measurement works. Perfect. That is so weird how that fits my head perfectly. Every single time. Oh, what? There we go. Every single time that fits my head perfectly. Okay. I think I'll choose this piece. There we go. A little bit loose. Perfect. All right. We'll go back to the other camera. I'm going to cut another piece. It is hot in here. Awesome. Alibaba, I dry canned potatoes last year and they were great. Very fast when cooking. That's a really good idea. That's the reason Grandma got the hair dryer. My grandma, we used to call her Jaja. She was always well put together. She always had on white diamonds or something or whatever what's her face was selling. But my grandma was always well put together. Matter of fact, you knew where she was because you could smell the white diamonds. That's the Elizabeth Taylor perfume to the uninitiated. Oh, where did I? Okay, good. There's that. Perfect. Oh, now I just have the eye of the tiger blasting in my head. Could be worse. Could be like the 6th week of Boney M stuck in my head. Okay. My mom used to have a yellowish gold color hair dryer stand up like that blue one. It just reminds me of a different time. It just reminds me of a way different time. People, I grew up around old schoolers, so they still kept their old school technology around. My grandma had one of her Radiation King TVs forever. And I call it a Radiation King, and I am stealing that from The Simpsons, but it's true. Those things were like radioactive. All right, that's a perfect inside for the hat. Don't have to do much with that. So we're going to put that away for a minute. And we'll start working on this piece. My mom had lots of hair dryers. She was a hairstylist. That's awesome. Do you know, whenever I think of hairstylists, it reminds me of my grandmother because she was no joke. Like, she was so consistent on that. All right. There's not much of a skill to this. It's just shaping and forming, but you want to make sure it's every piece of it. But since this is the size of the paper I'm cutting, it's going to make it a little bit easier. I'm going to add a few layers to this. I'm going to check the brand name of what this is, but I get this at Walmart. This is stabilizer, but I get the really thick stabilizer. And I use it for as a cheap way to form hats. I actually still have a new package right here. This is Stitch and Tear stabilizer. I get this from Walmart. This is the 806. This stuff works. I use this all the time for most of my hats. If they weren't radioactive, then they were very, at least the weight of them would kill you. Seriously. Wow, yeah, they were heavy. They were. Everything was built to last back then. I always remember the smell of those old TVs with the tubes that glowed. Then it took a bit for them to cool down when you turn them off. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can still smell that half caked on dust, static ozone smell butterfly. It's real. You know, in the shop right now, we still have an 8-track player that's hooked up to like a bunch of old school speakers. It still works. We use it for the radio. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. It's true though. All right. So I'm going to attempt to not make myself famous for taking my fingers off live on YouTube. I forget how sharp these things are. Perfect. Now it's time for the next layer. Beautiful. The dust smell. I have an old GE stereo cabinet. Weighs a ton, but still works. There's still one for sale over by my house. And no one's picked it up. And it's been almost 2 or 3 weeks. And part of me is like, do not buy that thing, Soang. AM, FM, and record player. Oh, those are awesome. Someone is bringing a record player to work tomorrow. Do you know what's so funny? That sentence took me back 20 something years. Oh, that's funny. Good evening in Buffalo. If I get home in time, I'll go to the head out. Buffalo, 11 a.m. Yippee, at least it'll be considerable money. Yay! There's a football game in Buffalo right now. I was watching it earlier, but buy it. You will not regret it. Absolutely. Make that money. I'm a capitalist in that sense. I agree with Butterfly. You're right though, Kilroy. I should. Really, I'm waiting for half off day. Yay, hello, Commander. Make that money. I'm waiting for half off because that's the one thing at the Goodwill by my house. It's bougie, but they have half off day and the entire store everything's half off. Or they'll like have electronic sale day where all the red tags or it's always something. All right, let's get the next layer going. Now I just have Eye of the Tiger stuck in my head, so I'm nothing but determination right now. It happened so fast. Do you know what's so funny? I am one of those people. I know I can't sing, but I still do. Life is a funny, funny thing. Hey, trees, how's it going? How's it going? Awesome. You gotta money is always nice. Absolutely. That's why I get up at 4:30 every day and drag myself to work, crying in my car. How's it going, trees? What's up? Hello, Commander. Good to see you. Awesome. Absolutely. But then I put on Eye of the Tiger and it helps me out. I'm kidding. Oh. All right, on to the next layer. Perfect. I'm gonna laugh if I almost took my finger off live on YouTube. That would have been awful, and I would have gotten famous for all the wrong reasons. Yay! Hello. smaller my waist gets, the more my back hurts. That's the funny thing about weight loss. The body starts compensating for under and overcompensating in certain situations. Wondering how many layers I should go. How thick do I want the brim of this hat, huh? Because I'm going to be adding on all sorts of things. I'll go one more layer. Because this is this naturally wants to go back up. So if you shape it right, it'll hold. And like I said, I bought this stuff at Walmart. This is just good old stabilizer, but I use it to form hats and it works. Perfect. Do you know what's really funny? With all of the strikes and everything that's going on with Spectrum and Disney, I really only watched Monday Night Football because I could. Like, I really do not care that I cannot watch it. It's not a big deal. I can because I have the app, but I'm not like jumping to watch the games. All right, perfect. Beautiful. Making hats is extremely messy, but it's fun because there's lots of intricate little pieces that get chucked around. So the bottom piece is going to be bigger because I've been slowly cutting and shaping. So I'm going to put my bottom piece on and start cutting around it. All right. All right, so throwing in some pins. The most important part when making the base of a hat like this is making sure that both sides are even, because you're gonna cut around it and you're gonna reshape it, but you want to make sure that you have a good base for when you do shape your hat. It's a perfect circle or somewhere near it. I go for ovals or egg shaped, but you know, perfection is in the eye of the beholder. Beautiful. Now I'm going to start shaping it in place with both pieces. And it makes it a little bit more even, as you can see on the sides. As I'm shaping it with both pieces, it's coming out perfect. Beautiful. All right, so before I start sewing, I'm going to switch out my needle and I'm going to add a leather needle because this is a hardcore sewing right here. It's going through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different surfaces. So I'm definitely going to need my leather needle for that one. Awesome. I hope everyone's doing well. It's a beautiful Monday night here on the West Coast. It's muggy and gross, but as the sun goes down, it's becoming more and more beautiful. I haven't decided which side is the top or the bottom yet because I'm going to edge it. I have plans on making this the top, but it always comes around. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Everyone say hello to Waternay while her picture is perfect. Let's take a moment out and enjoy the moment while we can see your face and your reflections.
I feel like I should do some soft shoeing.
So let me know when you need me to go Karen on Spectrum by your house as well,
Oh,
or whoever your provider is.
I'm
I
going to
know.
call them tomorrow and we're going to have some words again.
Do you know streaming exposed how terrible my signal it was?
Mm,
Do you know when you have devices, you really don't realize how much you do or don't need a signal until you start broadcasting.
yeah.
Because now you're not making those companies money anymore. You're costing them money because they actually have to use their technology to help you now.
It's not just hanging out.
Well, watching like I obsessively watch YouTube and Netflix and Hulu and ESPN doesn't take much power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's literally me clicking into an app and obsessively watching said app, you know. But when you're using your computer, it's a whole other story.
It's the upload. The
Is
upload
there,
speeds are so incredibly slow.
speaking of which, is there any other computer that I can buy besides that I can go in the store and go and buy a computer that's not a Dell or an Apple?
I mean, there are, but I don't know. I like Apple, so I would
I'm
say,
so
why would you want to switch?
after like 20 something years of dealing with them. Right.
Well, in my experience, Windows OS is worse to deal with.
You're right. Every time I've ever had to deal with Windows, it becomes a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Every time. You're right. I'm just mad at my computer right now. And I do not want to upgrade.
Mm.
And
Well,
if I do, I'm gonna end up getting it like one of those $3,000, $4,000 desktops. And then it'll be obsolete in 4 or 5 years.
I know that it's a sad time, but we all end up with the day when our beloved technology has to go to the computer store in the sky.
I come from an era where things were made to last, and I know my age.
Well, it still works. It's just the environment has gone faster than the poor thing can keep up.
I'm down to buy. Can I get a business router in here? I'm down. I would love that. I would absolutely love to have business grade equipment in here.
I'm going to talk to them about fiber because that's apparently one gig each way. Because right now I have 500 gig or 500 megabytes download, but my upload is like, I don't know, 20 or something terrible. Um, so it's supposed to be a much faster upload. So I'm going to see if they can do that instead of reserving it for the new people, because I'm going to tell them I'll go be a new person at someone else's company if they won't. So there.
So, as a professional Karen that works with Spectrum, every time I've tried to get them to remove the boxes from my house, they literally get on their knees and beg me. And then this one lady was like, "What did I do to you?" And I flat out told her, I was like, "I don't know you. Like, this is not anything personal, ma'am. Your company is ripping me off." You can't guilt an ex-Roman Catholic. You cannot guilt me. I will laugh at you. My mother is the Pope. I will laugh at you.
You're a professional.
You can get a business router pretty much anywhere. You can get a consumer router. I know a guy. The people at my job, we have one heck of a network in the office at my job. A friend of mine has business fiber. Wow, he has a studio with. You know what? I might have to do that. We're getting fiber. I wish they would hurry up. It's just driving me mentally insane with everything that I pay a lot of money for a bad signal. Am I being a Karen or what?
No, you should get what you're paying for.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not even that difficult. And it drives me crazy with these companies. It's stop telling me that like if I pay extra for this, I'll get a better signal and I'll stop paying extra. They're just ripping me off.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's an issue.
I think sometimes the word Karen gets overused. I mean, a Karen is someone who is being unreasonable and expecting, the store to open late for them or early or, whatever. And then a Karen also is someone who doesn't treat people well and with respect. So I can stand my ground and still be perfectly pleasant to the person that I'm speaking with.
It just seems like there's a lot more mistakes nowadays. Like I used to book rooms through like those weird like Travelocity and Orbits and all those. What they don't tell you is that they're separate. So the hotel is still going to charge you for a room fee.
Hmm.
So you pay them all this money, you get your room reserved, but you still have to pay an extra $100.
Hmm.
And they don't tell you this. I literally show up at the hotel and I'm like, no one's in the parking lot. I know you have a bunch of vacancy. May I get a room, please? Mine crashes quite a bit. It does, Alibaba. It does. But internet, it's so fickle depending on where you live, the internet connections. It does cost more, but you get better service too. Most businesses services have a line in the contract saying if your internet is down for more than X amount of time, they'll begin refunding you. I need something like that. My thing is, I need a guarantee that my internet's going to work.
My problem is that my internet isn't, quote, really down, maybe for like a couple seconds at a time. But it's just that the signal is not consistent. It'll be fast sometimes, and then sometimes it'll have like a little hiccup while it sorts itself out. And
That's where those vultures get you because they're not giving you a consistent signal. That's what drives me mentally insane. I have a lot of devices in this room. My son has an Oculus, he has a PlayStation, he has a computer. We have boosters all around the house. I have one on the ceiling. I have done everything they've asked me, and I still get a crummy signal.
yeah, it shouldn't be dropping.
Not for all the equipment. I have gone out of my way to prevent that. For anyone who's wondering, I have the Arrow system from Best Buy, and I paid way too much money to have good internet in my house. I haven't stayed in a hotel in years, but if I book a room, I'm going to go to the actual Super 8 or the Best Western or is that Clarion? Clarion. Or whatever website, not one of those Travelocity sites. They get you. They stick you. I learned. But after a while, the hotels started giving me free rooms. I would show up and they're like, oh, it made me laugh one day. This guy was checking me in. This lady came from behind the counter and she was like, I got this. And the guy looked up and she's like, this guy's a professional. And I did the hands on my hips like, that's right, professional degenerate gambler. Good times. Good times. So how's your day going?
It's going all right, apart from some technical issues. I still haven't eaten my sandwich because it took me half an hour just to order the thing. I have a friend of mine is refinishing a table on my back patio. So I get to have a show out of the back window. It's like live YouTube.
Oh, that's hilarious. I think I was sewing with no needle in the bobbin.
Oh no.
That was a pointless circle that we just went on, but that's okay.
Well, it's like a practice run. Make sure that you're confident in your circle sewing abilities.
Give him the good room. He's here to give us loads of money. They did not mess around. They did Vegas. That's one of the reasons I miss Vegas is because they went out of their way to kiss my butt. There was one time I showed up in my coveralls, and this is how you know they have security cameras everywhere. They picked me out of line and checked me into a room. Because they knew I was gonna go drink a Pepsi, come back downstairs and start gambling. They knew me. That's one thing about I'm sure Atlantic City's like that. Like they just care if you spend money, Oh, what are we wrapped up on?
So going back to Alibaba's comment, Alibaba says, I have fiber only as good as the service. They say it's fast most of the time. Are you ending up with your signal dropping altogether, or are you getting random slowing, Alibaba? Fill us in. Let us know what to expect.
Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, sewing machine, let's try this again.
You ready? You're going to end up with two pieces merged into one.
Well, I'm trying to leave a good edge out so I can add the sequins when I'm done making the hat.
Oh, you're having sequins. Very nice. What are you doing with this hat? I think I missed it while I was getting settled.
I'm gonna make the hat that Alibaba suggested yesterday with the mosquito net.
Oh,
But I'm gonna use my sequins because I can see through them.
so is this like a beret? Is it a beanie? Is it like a ball cap kind of style? What's the...
I always go for the bowler look,
Okay.
but you can call it whatever you want. I call Spants pants, but they're riding pants. Jankos are just what is it called? Gazpachos? Oh, sorry,
Culottes? Gauchos?
gauchos. Yeah, I said gazpachos on purpose. Yay! What machine are you using tonight? I'm using my Baby Lock because it has a little bit more power than most machines. And it's extremely dependable too. Can you hear that?
Hear what?
A speaker. My neighbor's kid. Like, I remember what it is to be 17, 18, 19 when you have something wrong with your inner ear and you have to listen to music as loud as you possibly can.
You want to feel the vibration.
I try not to judge. I try not to be old man sewing. Because I know how it was. I was crazy. I had trucks, all kinds of fun stuff. So I get it. All right.
It's pretty good. We don't hear Hans yelling on his Oculus. We don't hear crickets. We don't hear your neighbors with the speakers.
That means my mic is doing what it's supposed to. All right, good. I'm going to mute it while I do this.
And they're off. Coming up the inside, we have thread 1. I don't think I've ever seen a hat made in person, so I'm mesmerized. Uh-oh, he's taking the pins out. What if there was no thread in the bobbin?
I'm making a hat, Butterfly, but I use the interfacing to give my hat some integrity because I can't sew with buckram. I like to play with my hats. I went through a whole hat phase. That's why there's a bunch of hats in this room. And if anyone, you can go back and look at the Mad Hatter stream. I was in my full crazy hat swing. Now I kind of have an idea of what I'm doing, so it's a little bit easier to make a hat nowadays.
Well, you have to protect your dome from the elements, so that's a good idea.
I'm also I also like Alibaba's idea. I really like Alibaba's idea. Just, I love making crazy stuff. I love standing outside the box.
Yeah.
Conforming to everyone else's ideal gets boring after a while, and it costs too much money to keep up with the Joneses nowadays.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's fine if someone is just, naturally a little conservative with their self-expression and, like, that's fine. But when we try to force everybody to be like that, then we have problems. So it's nice that people who have some sort of flamboyant or outlandish tastes and feelings of self-expression get to do that. I like that.
I don't know. I just feel like in today's world, it's a lot of it is about conforming and being like everybody else. And in our day, it was about coming as you are and being who you are to add to the collective, so to speak. And I'm not talking about a board cube. I'm just saying, you know. So I tend to still stand outside of that box. Okay, so now I'm trying to remember where my Koofy template is. I made hundreds of Koofy hats, and somewhere around here is a template. You know
Is
what?
it over there under the thing, or is it on the other side of the other thing?
Do you know what? There's so much stuff in here, and because I don't use it every day like I used to, it's somewhere. It's hidden somewhere around here.
See how I sound all helpful while actually not helping at all? It's over there. It's under the other thing.
If we were in person and you said that, I would say la 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 la. Not helping. Everybody dresses so boring nowadays. Even the hairstylists are the same. That is true. People were definitely like, and that's the thing though. In my era, everybody had really big hair. It was the 80s. Everybody was wearing like mesh and stuff. It was a different time.
That was it was some big hair then. Definitely.
That was my era. Was the big hair era. Shoulder pads up to the ceiling. Violet under K.
I have a picture from my cousin's graduation, and she had the full-on bangs that are like up like this. And so, they weren't like kind of, bangs over her forehead. They were like totally like up like some sort of, well, it was kind of like Something About Mary, except styled a little more deliberately.
But on purpose.
On purpose, yes. Just because, that was the thing. You had big hair and big bangs, and you wanted them out as far from your head as you could make them. Oh, see, now Butterfly was helpful. He's over there looking under K.
It's so there's somewhere around here. I'll find it. Those blowout bangs were hilarious. It's just an era. I am still stuck in that era. I was there. I remember that time. I'm from the same era, but I didn't like the big hair and didn't really like the shoulder back. Do you know? It reminds me of the era in a weird way. I have a friend. My friend's mom. She still to this day we talk about it. In 1990, I walked in her house with my collar flipped up. And I mean, this was like January 1990. Mm-hmm. She flipped my collar down and she was like, the 80s are over.
Oh my.
We still joke that like she officially buried the 80s on that day. Like we still joke about that. Because little did we know that the 90s were going to be one of the brightest eras, like at least the beginning of the 90s,
Yeah.
I have a family picture of all the grandkids. All of my cousins have the big hair. My sister even has the big hair. Like it was the era.
Yeah, everyone would perm their hair so it looks like mine.
Online when I see people make fun of that, I'm like, either you're not old enough to remember that, or you're fronting like you were not there because you were there. Don't make fun of those people. You were a participant. Do not make fun of those people.
I remember the shoulder pads were so popular, and like for like the 80s, it was kind of like the shoulder pads were a look, but then after that in the 90s they kind of like came down a little bit, but they just more for like shaping and stuff. But I don't know, I had been my gymnastics coach would make us walk the basketball court on our hands, so I had some gosh. Yeah, But you know, I was very proud of myself. I couldn't walk on my hands, but by the end of it, I sure could go the whole length of the basketball court on my hands. And I had the shoulders to go with it as someone who walks on their hands. But yeah, so shoulder pads were a lot for me. I'm like, oh, I don't think I quite need these. I'm like snipping them out of all my clothes. I
I
took
have
a
big hair
ballet.
too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I took a ballet class, and you know, so I had my arms up in fifth position, and I hear the teacher say, "Oh, you know, put your shoulders down," and I'm like, you know, do 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 do. And she comes over and she like pushes on my shoulders, and she just sounded so disappointed. She said, "Oh, they are down." I was like, okay, wow, because you know I've got kind of a short neck, and then you know a ballet body is, you know, that's not something that I have.
Butterfly says, I have big hair today because it rained. Yeah, it's humid
Oh,
here too. Pam says, I guess my hair gets big out of control with the frizz factor. My son has really curly hair and it's the same way.
do you have
Sh-
curly hair, Pam? I
Shoulder
mean, like it.
pads. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just does Pam have like curly hair, or like, you know, Delta Burke Designing Women? Absolutely.
Right now on YouTube, they have a few episodes, but they have the AIDS episode. Every time I
Oh,
watch it, it makes me cry. Every
mm.
time. It was a good show. I was a little grommet, so I couldn't take in how deep it was. But I watched it during the pandemic. I watched it and I was just in tears. Such a good show.
every
Such a
once
good.
in a every once in a while, like sitcoms seem to feel like they had to like tackle serious issues, which I mean is fine. I don't disagree with that, but a show that's funny, I don't think needs an episode where like, you know, everyone is sad because somebody's boyfriend dies, or you know.
I used to watch this show called Friday Night Dinner. It's from the UK, and it was a hilarious show. And I'm not gonna give the show away, but there was one episode where one of the characters, something bad happened to him. It was one of the most awkward episodes I've ever seen in my the episode made me cry. I'm like, why am I crying in a comedy?
Mm.
It really changed the mood of the show to me. Just back from my internet disruption right after I was talking about it.
Oh no.
I have the same problem. Like Gilroy said, I might have to buy industrial equipment. Yes, curly and then being super frizzy later.
Mm.
I didn't realize about any of this until my son was born and I have to like manage his hair. Now that's a title, hair manager.
Mm. Yeah, see, sometimes people say, "Oh, you have curly hair. It must be so easy." I'm like, no.
Wonder what planet they're on.
The ones that tell me, "Oh, you just get out of bed in the morning and go." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me?" It's like, okay, so are they saying that I look like I have bedhead because, you know, I put serious product and dedication into getting it look this organized.
Where is my template? I did something with that thing. I am such a disorganized sewist. Can I get like Gordon Ramsay to come yell at me to clean my sewing room and organize everything?
Kilroy, you're up.
Because it's one thing to make a perfect circle. It's different when you have a template for it.
Yeah. I like the little hidden stars inside.
Oh, I love adding secrets in everything I make. I love adding like crazy designs, cool lining. It's a signature. And I didn't know what I was doing back then when I made this hat.
I was watching Father Brown with my mom. We've been catching up on the latest season. And that hat reminds me of Father Brown's hat. He's Catholic too. You can relate.
I grew up Catholic. I no longer am affiliated with those people. They are no longer affiliated with me. Disclaimer. Disclaimer.
Uh-oh. Just don't cut your old hat when you're trying to cut the new hat.
I've already kind of messed up this circle completely. I'm going to have to start that over. I cut down the middle. I cut down the middle of what I intended to. I literally cut in half what I intended to cut in a circle. Well, maybe
can you draw it with some chalk and make sure that you've got the line where you want it?
That's for organized people.
Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't realize
a great
idea.
Outlaw, That's a great idea. I'm just mad because I can't find my template. It would make it so much easier.
Do you have like a dinner plate or something in the right size? Oh, Father Ted.
Why are you just batting 1,000 this evening? I have everything right here ready to go. I keep cups around because I keep plates around because I'm bougie and I don't want to mess up my mat. So I keep plates everywhere. I need to get a bigger one.
Seems all very sensible to me.
I need to get a bigger one though. Let's be real. I have an 8 head.
Yeah, that one did look a little bit small, but you know, I didn't want to criticize. Let's see. Alibaba says, I used to use TCB. Okay. Then I brushed straight back into a ponytail, but with leave-in conditioner. Now my hair is straight and almost bolted down. Alibaba says, we will change your pirate ways. We'll make sure he hears that when he gets back. And then another vote for Father Ted.
Excuse me. I used to use the TCB and then I brushed straight back into a ponytail. But with leave-in conditioner, now my hair is straight and almost bolted down. Oh, that's funny. I miss Father Ted. It's on rotation here in America. Father, especially on my local KCET, it is I just realized not everyone has KCET. On my local PBS, Father Ted is on rotation. And
maybe
because
Alibaba could get a VPN. What were you saying?
Oh, sorry. Because of where I live, we have multiple PBS channels in multiple languages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so when you were a kid, was Via Alegre still on?
No.
Oh, it was a somewhat kind of like, I don't know, like the Spanish version, kind of a cross between Sesame Street and Electric Company or something. It was on kind of at the same time, but it was for all the Latino kids because it was bilingual in Spanish and English.
Now they have Sesame Street in Spanish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a whole other show.
Huh.
You know what? We should watch it. That's a great way to learn how to speak Spanish.
You might be onto something.
I'm not playing. I am not playing. All right, let's see how this looks. I love Father Ted as well. Perfect circle. Perfect.
Yay! When I was just starting school, I had been accepted into an immersion school for Spanish, but then we ended up moving because of my mom's allergies. So I didn't get to do Spanish immersion until my summer abroad in high school.
I didn't. It was like the movies when my aunt was talking to me, and one day I realized that I wasn't speaking in English, and she was like, I'm so proud of you. And I was like, what are you talking about? I had no idea because I was just reflecting everyone around me. Oh, hold on. We can't miss out on this. This is the fun part. You're going to watch me pin my head a couple of times and go,
oh my.
See that? Oh, we're going full spectacular hat today.
You look like a pharaoh.
It's the chin. Okay.
If you've got it, flaunt it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. This is the intricate part of me making sure it fits my head. Pin, pin. My grandson loves Sesame Street. I miss those days. I had Sesame Strauss in Germany. Laugh aloud. The count in German was worth the watch. I love that.
That would be
I
great.
still to this day I watch movies in other languages. Okay, I want it loose. Yeah, that's loose enough because I'm gonna add the brim to it too.
It looks like it's a little too big and like it's falling down.
What are you talking about? I have no idea. I have. This is exactly how I wanted it.
It's got little eye
Said
holes. You have
nobody.
the brim around your neck. I mean, this
Said
could be a look.
nobody. Maybe someone has a 9 head and they're looking for a crazy hat that I'm about to make, you know?
You know, they could. You could be onto something. We're always trying to encourage you to sell your things.
I will one day.
Alibaba says the count in German. Eins, zwei, drei, boom.
They exported Sesame Street to multiple countries. You can watch Swedish Sesame Street, Israel Sesame Street, Egyptian Sesame Street, Chinese Sesame Street, all kinds. Oh, so it's like RuPaul's Drag Race. I'm not kidding. How did I make that bigger? Well, luckily, I kind of know what I'm doing with this one. So, all right, let's fold her in a little bit more.
When it was really low, you looked kind of like the guy from Unaliving Myself Tendencies.
I love that band. I put them in a bunch of my videos, but YouTube tried to take my channel down over suicidal tendencies. Even a patch. Oh, that's too tight.
Well, the next one will be just right. That's how it works.
They even got mad at a patch, and I was like, this is a sewing channel.
Are you kidding? How can
Yeah,
you
but
about a patch?
You know what, though? With my Karen letters I write YouTube, they do respond to me within 5 minutes. So I'll give them that. Even when I've emailed them at 3 o'clock in the morning, like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to ruin my life?
I think you're back to being a little big.
Yeah, but I got now I'm acting like that one weirdo YSL Polo guy in court. That would be a blast. Swedish Ernie and Bert. I watch Ernie and Bert in Spanish, and they are lit. And we all need to respect their life choices. They've been living together for how long? That's like Cary Grant and what's his face. Suicidal tendencies. I like it. That's a patch. I like that.
You're onto something.
Jeez. I like that. That's a giant patch.
Your merch.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Your merch suggestions are branching out.
Well, I just asked YouTube, how can you have the video on, but you don't want me to like, it's literally a patch for a battle vest, and they copyright straight to my channel, and it was like 10 seconds of the video too. But YouTube's a mess. All right.
Oh, Butterfly raises a good point. She says, will it stretch out a little when you are finished? So is it going to stretch and end up being too big?
That's why I'm trying to make it perfect size. Here we go. It's good enough.
All right. We're off.
Let's start selling. It's only so much. I'm terrible at negotiating because eventually I'm going to be like, let's just do this.
Well, if it annoys you, you can always put like a little insert of some felt in the back or a little elastic or something just to tighten it up a smidge.
True. I am the great Oz when it comes to making hats. I'm kidding. Well, yeah, I am kind of hiding behind a microphone. I am kind of hiding behind a microphone and sending people on adventures. All right.
You're a wizard, Godless.
I'll take it. Gandalf is a hero of mine. I'll take it. All right.
Ooh, that's a difficult place to sew. Trying to get that seam around the free arm without making it go all wonky.
Exactly. But I've made a ton of these. And as long as you keep a certain grip, it goes right through. Perfect. That wasn't even like haha, like lights, glitz, and camera trick is perfect. That was perfect.
Yay!
All right, but because we're on the Godless Sewing channel, I got to reinforce my seams. It's literally my saying.
This is true. People would call you out if you didn't. They'd say, "Hey,
Godless hypocrite." Oh, I gotta tighten you. I've stopped being lazy. I'm gonna go get my mini screwdriver in a second. That's just ridiculous. I am being lazy on that. I haven't tightened that foot down, and it's been crying at me for a while now.
oh no."
It's because you ever heard of slam poetry?
Uh-huh.
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Oh,
Mark?
is Mark here? Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Yay. Oz of the House of Sewing. I like it. I was obsessed with that movie as a kid. I knew a guy that got 5,000 a top hat without the box.
Wow.
Wow. That's that's so much money. How's it going, Mark? How are you? Make nice ones. The money is there for the hats. It is. It goes back to when I watched that documentary on Macho Man Randy Savage. Whoever made his clothes made so much money, he was able to retire and never work again.
Wow.
Because he just followed around the wrestlers.
But I think hats are also like, it's kind of a thing to have some, crazy hat and like big hats and patterns and stuff like that. I think that could be a niche for you.
I am willing to destroy my sewing machine to make hats. I killed my Husqvarna Viking, but it wasn't just that project. I did more sewing than it was intended for.
Well, Godless, this is just an excuse for you to buy one of those antique hat making sewing machines. I mean, come on. We all want one.
It might happen. You never know.
You could see if Fred Sanford of Sewing has one.
Alexa, how far is Michigan from Los Angeles?
From Los Angeles, Michigan is 2,229.8 miles away by car.
Do you think if I left like on a Friday morning, I could make it there and then be home by Sunday?
I think maybe if you flew there and rented a car and drove back, that might work. Maybe if you took someone to share the driving with you. What's Skits doing?
But see, Skits lives way north of me, so I'd have to go out of my way and then drive home through the entirety of California by myself anyways.
Well, that part's at least doable solo.
I've done that hundreds of times too. Making hats is a lucrative deal. Even here, like a real hardcore Biltmore style hat, you can fetch a pretty amount of money for that. I love Fred. Me too. That is a lot of driving, Pam. That's so far. That is so far. Because I like driving to Vegas. That's like from my house, that's like a 3.5 hour drive. It feels like nothing.
I would love to just go and like tour Fred Sanford's sewing machine storage and have him tell me about all the machines that he has, and that would be amazing.
How'd your MRI go, Mark? That is a lot of driving, Pam. That is. Do you know what though? The more and more I watch it, my friend reminded me I drove to Oregon and I was back home by Sunday, but that literally is a state away. But California is half of the entire West Coast. More than half. Oh, I don't think Sanford has a Singer 25 hat embroiderer anymore. Just got out of the MRI machine again.
Oh my. Do you have an appointment for follow-up? When do you get some news?
Okay, good. That's the inside. I can see the difference now.
So does Fred Sanford doesn't have one of the hat embroidery ones, but does he have one of the hat you know how they have the the leather sewing machines where the foot you can turn it and make it go any direction? Do they do one of those for millinery as well, or would you maybe use the same machine? Fill me in.
Hold on, I have to think of how to do this. What side is this? I have to use my brain really quick. It's like walking and rubbing your head and chewing gum at the same time.
Yes. I set a sleeve inside out one time. It was very annoying.
And I
not like the sleeve was the right direction, but the seam was on the outside. It was irritating.
That's what I'm trying to not do here. I'm trying to, because it's all coming back to me to sing a Celine Dion song. Because I've made quite a few hats, actually. Quite a few. And I got really good at it. But I have a certain style, and I just have to remember because it's been a while. Oh, Celine Dion is not doing well either.
Oh, no.
According to the internet.
I haven't seen.
All right. That might be too much.
So reading the comments, Alibaba says the lady that sewed all of the ABBA outfits also made a killing.
Oh.
And oh, hey. Mark Short says it was okay. I think everything is okay and the cancer has stopped bleeding now.
That's a positive thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, because, I had looked into it. I can't remember in what context, but they were saying that one of the reasons why they do radiation and chemo and things before they do surgery is because they don't want to have the cancer cells spread as they're in there trying to excise it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that having that not bleeding and having it calm down sounds like it would be a very good thing. Also, bleeding not recommended.
No, not recommended. Let me pin this. Driving from Utah to Wisconsin is like 24 hours, not including the stops for the gas stations and breaks. It's a lot of driving, even with someone to switch off. That's true. I drove from my old house to Brownsville, Texas, and that took a couple of days.
Well, you might just have to pay to have it shipped. You'll come out ahead and you can spend your time doing other things.
That is true.
You are not wrong, Mark.
In any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
I told you about that article I read. It said, if you are a person of color, do not get... No, it said, if you're poor, do not get cancer.
It infuriates me that we think that it's okay to bankrupt someone or not deny them optimal care because of money. It makes me so angry I can barely get my words out.
If you saw the statistics, because I read this in Scientific America years ago, because I get it every month. If you saw the statistics, it would infuriate you. because it's a demographics issue. It's socioeconomic issue.
Well, and then we keep reinforcing all of those things that give us those socioeconomic conditions. And that bleed off into things like medical conditions. Like we did the redlining, and then we
Oh yeah.
group everyone together, and then we don't have any trees in the areas with the redlining, and then the people who are in the red line areas get the heat deserts, and then they're the ones getting the heat stroke, and it's like, ugh,
It is
bad.
like, I'm telling you, that's why like I have to pick up my inhalers and stuff every month. Every month at the office, there's someone arguing with the pharmacist.
Mm.
I think I've said this. I got an entire staff. I'm sure I'm not the only person who complained, but I got an entire staff fired from Walgreens.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
What
but I know I couldn't have been the only complaint. They just were
Mm.
they were extremely insecure. I mean, I'm sorry, they were extremely immature, and they were messing with me and this older woman. And the guy said, "What are you gonna do?" And I walked outside and went full. I called the corporate office instead of even
Wow.
getting crazy with them. And they were like, "Where are you?" I was like, "I'm in front of your store."
Wow.
Yeah. It just bothers me. They treat it like a joke, and it's like people are literally debating if they want to eat or not
Oh.
or buy their medicine, They have some machines somewhat that are like that. Post machines are some kinds, many just for for one task.
Yeah.
No,
I saw your
Celine Dion is doing well, and she pushed herself for okay, good. I saw something on
No.
Twitter that made me want to cry.
No, read that again. She's
Oh,
not doing well, he
no,
said.
Celine Dion is not doing well.
Amazing.
Okay, and she pushed herself for a while too. Oh, that's
Mm.
so sad. I've been eating more. I've been eating more about 5 hours a day nonstop because of all the steroids. Yep. Prednisone, all that'll do that to you.
Oof.
I'll drive 2 to 3 hours away one way to pick up something up, not 23 hours. I'm crazy. I drove to Oregon 17 hours nonstop to go see somebody and was home by Monday morning.
Goodness.
I was like 31 though. I don't know if I have the same Moxie, even though the title of this is Moxie Epoxy. And
Young and foolish.
I was a mere 31. I was a child. It's infuriating, all right. America is the richest nation on earth, and people are going bankrupt for minor medical issues. It's criminal. It seriously makes me want to cry.
Yeah. And
It's
they keep like voting not to do these things and shutting the whole thing down. Meanwhile, the person who are doing that get their own special insurance.
oh yeah.
Um
It's all pay to play here.
yeah. And like we're so concerned, like I don't know. It's like if you want anyway.
Exactly. As someone who lived in Mexico, anytime anyone talks trash about Mexico, remind them at least they have free healthcare in Mexico.
Mm.
I drove an hour one way to get a stroller for my son yesterday and then 1 hour back.
Oh wow. What kind of
That's
stroller did
LA's.
you get?
Sorry. No, you have much more insightful questions. I was about to talk about myself. Please continue.
Oh, okay.
I will so.
I was just gonna ask what kind of stroller, like is it one of those, fancy ones where the whole thing removes like a bassinet, or is it a jogging stroller, or one of those like car seat strollers? Fill us in, Pam. My grandmother had a story that, because the shops in England were very small. And so what you would do is you would just leave your pram outside the shop, and then you would go in and do your shopping, and then you'd come back out and get your baby and go on your merry way. Different times. But she said one time she walked off and left the baby at the door, had to go back, pick up her child. Let's see. I'm looking at
Oops.
the yes. Oops.
Yeah, butterfly, I'm making hay while the sun shines. I know what chemo does.
Mm.
It wrecked my mom. My mom, she now, because she's alive, she always jokingly says it was the greatest weight loss program of all time. But my mom was almost 400 pounds.
Oh,
And she lost 250 of it, 270 of it because
oh my
of chemo.
goodness.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I could like now her nickname is Slim. This was years ago. Like she had a mastectomy. She's out of the woods because no one ever really, there's no like, you survive cancer. You don't,
Mm.
he's a motor mouth if you haven't noticed yet.
No. Say it ain't so. What? An even flow pivot wagon stroller. I'm sorry, I'm not in the child scene, so that sounds fancy, but it means
I've had one.
nothing to me.
I've had one. Does it have the cup holders is the question. Mine had the total yuppie. I would walk into Starbucks like a total yuppie with my stroller and my kid.
Oh, it's Pivot Explore all-terrain stroller. That sounds amazing, Pam.
My cousin keeps saying about her, keeps saying that about her stomach cancer. She got rid of it about 8 years ago now. My mom says it all the time. She's like, I didn't beat it, I survived it.
Mm.
Pivot Explorer. I miss the little guy days. Oh, I would go on walks. It's amazing how people treat you when you have a baby. They are so nice to you.
It made you look less dangerous. They're like, well, he's got that vest, but he also has a baby, so he can't be that bad.
Well, until I lit up a cigarette, and one time someone walked past me, and they were like, "You are so trashy."
Oh no, that's rude.
I live in the suburbs. People will tell you to your face. You are being trashy, sir. But I grew up around, that's an argument to be had because I grew up around smoke about people who smoked around children, but we all know it's harmful now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hated that. I've always had issues with cigarette smoke. Gives me headaches, makes my eyes dry and itchy, smells.
I didn't even realize how hardcore it was until I quit smoking, and then my sense of smell came back.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, oh, this is what people are talking about.
Oh no. Kilroy says, either I smoke this cig or the kid gets shaken to death.
My son will have 1 year old and a newborn. Oh, I miss those days. I was from 2 years old on, I took care of Isaiah, so I did not sleep until he was about 6 or 7.
Oh,
So I was like huffing cigarettes. Like, it's a stressful time when you're a single dad. I had when he was 2, I had no idea what I was doing. No idea. Stressful, man. It's stressful being a single parent in the modern era. It's my excuse. And plus, I grew up around pirates, and I know it's not socially acceptable. And did you know in our state it's illegal to smoke in around children now?
I knew that they were saying that about indoors, but I didn't know that they were saying that about being around children in general.
The only reason I can legally chief it up in here is because this room is detached from my house.
Ah.
And so because I have an LA garage, like there's a weird legality, but technically you're really only supposed to smoke in your backyard too, or in a room that's not attached anywhere near children. Oh,
just as a not to make it too serious, but for anyone out there, I recognize the seriousness of shaken baby syndrome. I know someone who got some brain damage from being shaken as a baby, so don't shake your kids. But now we can all go back to laughing at Kilroy's joke.
Oh, it's been so long since I've made a hat. It feels good to get back on the hat horse.
There you go.
All right, let's flip this over, fix all the mistakes.
It's like when you're between books. Sometimes you're like, oh, I could read the next one in this series, or I could also read something different.
They'll never pass anything like that here in PA. The legislator would be burned down within 24 hours.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember when I traveled, I went to back in the day, I went to go see my boyfriend's family in the Appalachians. And this was after California had passed all the laws about not smoking indoors. And so we were at the mall because that was what people did then. And just like the smoke that was there and the ashtrays everywhere. And the like, oh, I forgot how awful it was.
I'm so weird. I love this. I told you this story about those kids that were smoking in front of the grocery store. I pulled
Yeah.
up. They're like, "We're so sorry, sir." I'm like, "Just blow it over here, kids. Just blow it in my. Just give me a whiff." Oh, I wish I had the lung capacity. I wish I had the lung.
I
When I
heard
go to
this.
Vegas, I'm like the Rock. I'm like, finally, the non-smoker has returned to sniff the air. Like, oh, I'm crazy when I go to Vegas. It's like smoke. You walk anywhere, it's like smoking a cigarette, anyways. Oh, good times.
I had a friend who quit smoking for health reasons, and she said much the same thing. She's like, sometimes you just, want to go up and smell somebody smoking, so you can't smoke anymore. I'm like, really? That sounds awful, but
No, it's a thing.
apparently it's a thing.
Addiction is a funny thing. We joke about it, but like, smoking changes your chemical balance, so you think you need it like air and water.
Mm.
This is one of the few states left, and you can still smoke in bars.
Wow.
One reason I'll probably never.
That's it. Kilmer's never going to visit us in California. They say, forget that. No
Visiting's
smoking.
different than. I always say visiting's different than living somewhere. I visited the Northwest. I was like, this is so beautiful. And then I lived in Portland, and it changed my view. No, I'm biased towards Portland. I miss that place. Oh.
All right. I'm going to hide my screen so that I can eat my sandwich.
Awesome.
Because I'm hungry. And I don't want to get hangry.
I had pancakes, and they messed up our order. So I ordered whatchamacallit. It was like a 2, 2, and 2, and they gave me 4. So 2 of everything because they messed up my order.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What kind of pancakes did you have?
They were just regular greasy spoon, the best ever pancakes. I think they taste better because they're just made on a giant grill. I think that's what my real beef is I just need a giant grill.
I've read an article about a restaurant in, where is it? I don't know. I think the west side of LA, and it's all pancakes, and you go for like brunch, and they have unlimited pancakes, and they have all these like, it's kind of like a cross between a diner and an independent restaurant and an IHOP.
Oh, please send me directions. I will go by myself and go pick up a newspaper and go hang out old school. I feel weird reading on my phone. I still bring books with me in certain places. Like when my son has school stuff and I have to go wait for him, I bring an actual physical book with me.
Well, I'm sitting in my library right now, so you'll get no argument from me.
And people give me weird looks like, is this guy really reading a book? Yes, Mary, I'm not on my phone. And I'm saying Mary because where I'm from, every other person is named Mary.
Alibaba says, I love to smell tobacco smoke around a campfire. It smells sweet, and then with the coffee smells too. OMG. I don't mind like the smell of pipe smoke or cigars or something. It's just the cigarette smoke that gets me.
I'm so weird. I'm constantly making coffee in my house. I love the smell of coffee and food being cooked at the same time. I
That's
bring books everywhere. I do too. It's also my way to ignore a lot of the yuppies in my town. Because I'm sure I look really intimidating and I'm sitting there reading a book. Like, please leave me alone.
it's the universal sign of I don't want to talk to anybody.
And when I was younger, I did a lot of bus riding, and you're right. That's like, I have to go to work. I do not want to deal with you. I'll probably have to deal with you at work. Oh man. All right.
So, do you read more fiction or nonfiction?
Right now I'm reading James Baldwin's Giovanni Room, but let's be real, I obsessively read Star Trek books.
Why not?
So for all the books that I have read recently, because I was on this really dry kick in my 20s where every book I read was a biography, autobiography, or it was always something really dry. Then I ended up comparing myself to like George Washington or like I'm a loser because I'm not like Benjamin Franklin, who is like one of the greatest Americans who ever lived, you know? So I read that's what started. And I read I'm reading this one book about the swarm, and they haven't made a movie about it. It's just about a fleet in outer space that is fighting a force that comes back to Earth every 15 years, but their technology gets better every 15 years. It's a really cool book. It's a trilogy. And as far as I have seen, they haven't made a movie about it or anything. And I'm kind of okay with being in my own little niche corner of what I read, you know?
That sounds interesting.
I'm obsessed with sci-fi, but lately I've been reading a lot of sewing books. I'm all up in like sachets, quilts, like any kind of. I even learned more about my serger than I ever wanted to know when I recently bought that book.
Oh, did you finish that one?
Well, it's just giving me a crash course on how to really use sergers. Because even in the book, it says like you're gonna give up 10 times. Because whoever wrote the book knows me.
Kilroy says, I read a mix. Right now, I'm reading 2 fiction and 1 nonfiction. Do you read sewing books as well, Kilroy?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
About done with the 1 fiction, though.
I'm rereading Giovanni's Room because I just I heard a bunch of people referencing it, and I'm like, why am I even watching this? I have the book. So I started over, and it really intrigued me that, well, my grandfather was a really open mind person, but I got that book from his library, and it really intrigued me that my grandfather really respected James Baldwin. So I don't know. It's a book that I was shocked that my grandfather had.
I'm not familiar with this book.
It's about a young man dealing with his homosexuality in Paris. And he's a young African American man, and he's basically talking about himself. But back then he couldn't. And everybody knew he was gay. It's just it was the way society was back then, you know.
And what is back then? What era are we talking about?
1950s, 60s.
Okay.
Because by the time of the 70s, when the revolution came, he was already an older man by then. He was actually one of the first people to speak up on African American issues. He was up there with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. He's actually revered as one of the forefathers.
Okay. I thought that Paris had always been relaxed about such things.
Yeah, because they're stealing all the natural resources. I would be too if you were paying my rent. I'd be real nice to you if you were paying. And it has been since the moment they've figured out how to. But after World War II, Paris did have a different view, but it was less racist than America. But times change, you know. And in no means am I calling Paris, am I calling the French racist in any way, shape, or form? My niece lived there. She had a good time. Like in no way, shape, or form am I generalizing an entire country at all.
I mean, I thought that they were more relaxed about things like homosexuality and such.
They are. Well, they're much more enlightened to where it doesn't bother other people. They don't, it's not even it's not anything. It's considered immature to even have to look down at homosexuality. It's considered immature in France. You're considered a child if you are constantly raising issues about somebody else.
But
So,
what was their view in the 50s? Because I thought that they had always been.
oh no, they were more open. That's why he lived there.
Okay.
That's why he wrote the book, because basically the book is about him feeling free to be himself because no one cared.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to give away the book. It's a very good book, though. I'm not that gung ho on to read sewing books. I do have Singer by Ira Shear, which is about a traveling singer salesman who gets injured in a fire and has to have a friend start driving for him. That's awesome. Oh, I'm so gonna read that. Oh, that's awesome.
That sounds interesting.
All
It
right.
reminds me of that one with what was the one? It was a little bit controversial because they said that the story wasn't truly accurate, but about the musician, and then the guy was driving him around and sort of being a driver and bodyguard, and he had
Sorry, what her name? I watched that movie. I don't even know. I watched it recently, and I don't know. It's with Viggo Mortensen.
yeah, and Mahershala Ali.
Yes, I recently watched that, and I still don't know the name. I should really start paying attention in the middle of the evening when I'm watching these movies.
The name of it is just not coming to me. Oh, and speaking of misnaming movies, I realized that I had said that my friend's little girl's favorite movie was Toy Story, but no, it was Lightning McQueen. That one was Cars.
Oh yeah. I miss those era when they're. Oh, I miss the little people era. Now my son has a mustache and thinks he's my age. Okay, where's
going on 40?
Oh. We have to remind him sometimes, like, hey, bro, it's okay to be young. Like, it's okay to be young. Literally, I'm quoting Jack O'Neill. Like, it's okay to be young.
Yeah.
All right. And we got the top hatty look going, but I'm going to be adding the purple sheer sequence to this to completely throw off everybody. This is going to be my mosquito. Alibaba gave me this ingenious idea, which I am adopting. And you guys are going to see, this is behind the scenes of how sewing makes hats. Make myself a little bit larger.
Where are you putting the mosquito netting?
Around the edge. I left myself like a massive amount of room.
So like around the edge of the brim, and then it'll hang down?
Yeah. Like the mosquito hat. Much like the mosquito hat. Why am I choosing the wrong camera? Too many options. In France, there was a place for everything, but definitely in its place, not out of the areas. Germany was like that too. And that's the thing. They're much more conservative than you think they are in a lot of areas. I've been to Mexico. It's one of the most they party. They party hard, but it's also one of the most conservative places I've ever been. It just depends on the culture.
Do you think that's because the strong Catholic influence?
Yes. They're literally Presbyterians are slowly taking over. They kicked them out. Mormons as well were slowly buying up large amounts of property. They got kicked out as well. There's actually a weird religious war going on in Mexico right now for other denominations trying to move in because the Catholic Church has had such a grip on that place since the literally since the slave ship days. So
yeah, I didn't know that they were having issues though.
Oh, it's been going on for over 10 years.
Wow.
if not longer. We're just starting to notice because it's spilling off into the tourist areas. That's when people care.
So we have the drug cartel issues, and then we have the churches warring for Mexico. Going to be a battleground.
I have my sequins ready, Butterfly. This is the easy part because I've done this 100 times. I just have to cut it out. But this is totally gonna be like a wimpy hat. Can I borrow? May I please have a hamburger today, sir? May I please have a spool of thread today, sir? And I'll gladly pay you back on Tuesday.
It's giving me New Orleans vibes, like the
Papa Shango.
yeah.
I love that too. This is why I love making hats like this. They like, and every time I make one, it's different. Because usually I make these huge brims, but I'm trying to make it a little bit smaller because I didn't want to mess with the integrity of the sequence. All right. Let's roll the hat in here, and it would help if I put. So another reason why I'm not using my dressmaker is because yesterday, I don't know if it was before or after. No, it was before I spoke to you. Yesterday. Hold on. In Mexico, you would never open a bottle of tequila inside of the church. Exactly. They have such hardcore rules there. It's not PDA is illegal in Mexico still. The Catholic Church.
Really?
The Catholic Church is going to have a grip on Mexico until the end of time. You just can't fight against half a millennium of influence. I agree. I totally agree with you. And having lived there, it's just a different way of life. People have a different way of respect. That reminds me of the Thames boat, working workers' caps. Oh, water taxi. Yeah, PDA is illegal as of no, it's been illegal for a long time. They back off depending on where you are. Like it's different. If you're in Cancun and you're making out with your girlfriend on the resort, no one's gonna say anything. If you get caught in a moment of passion on the beach with your girlfriend, you could literally face a court date. They have decency laws.
Well, wouldn't that be the same anywhere? You know, exposure at least.
But in America, it's not enforced. I was on Riverside Drive with the next girlfriend. The cops knocked on the window, gave me the thumbs up, and said, "Why don't you guys move somewhere else? Go to Griffith Park, which is literally on Riverside Drive."
Oh my goodness.
It's different in America than it is in other. Like, in America, a lot of infractions. Do you know in Los Angeles there were so many people that jaywalked? It's legal now. It is legal to jaywalk here now.
Oh really?
Yeah. You can no longer get a ticket for it.
That was one of the things I liked about London. I mean, it was your responsibility not to get run over because they weren't going to slow down for you, but it was definitely convenient to be able to just cross the street. But the streets were smaller too. So, I mean, not that they don't have big streets, but generally, little side streets and things were a lot smaller so you could cross safely. Kilroy says, as of a few years ago, you can't smoke in public in Mexico. Really?
What? I used to go to Revolution Boulevard in Tijuana since I was like 16 years old on. I wonder if they enforce that law. I haven't been there for a long time, but that's crazy.
I do feel a bit like Tijuana is sort of the Hong Kong of Mexico.
It is. It is. It is. It is that. And plus, they've actually upped the drinking age because we had this conversation a while ago. It's 18 and over now. But when I was a kid, it was literally like that scene in Pinocchio, where you'd see a bunch of kids drinking and then wandering back into America.
Sprouting ears and tails.
That's how it is here. Cross anywhere, but if you get turned into a meat crayon, it's not a crosswalk. Your fault. It's your fault. I'm like that too. It's strange though when I go downtown and people are fearless. Because back in the day, that get you like everyone jaywalked, but you were scared of getting a ticket because those tickets are expensive.
Yeah. Well, when I was in London, it wasn't so much that I saw people crossing like in the middle of the block, but if you were waiting to cross in an intersection and nobody was coming, people would just go.
I'm like talking to a muted microphone. Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you so much for stopping by. I will have a finished hat by Wednesday, which is my next live stream.
Bonsoir, Butterfly.
In Germany, if you jaywalked, the cars would hit you. People don't go on the road. Damage if a 5-year-old runs out on the road to the car is responsibility of the child's parent to fix the car.
Wow.
You know, as Americans, we're like, holy caps. Have a great night, Butterfly. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Have a good night.
What's up, dude? I was wondering where you were. That finally pulled yourself from your Oculus, huh?
Hello, hands. Pinch, pinch, pinch.
Hey, why don't you...
Pinch my hands at you, but my mouth is full. I have chip on teeth.
I love you, buddy. I was talking about when you were a little guy and I used to walk you around in a stroller. I get strange looks from people when I would smoke cigarettes. Oh, that's thick, but it's working. This baby lock is much like my Viking, where it's a very powerful machine.
Wow.
Oh, that's working. Beautiful.
It does sound a little dry, though. Have you oiled it recently?
I'm putting it through HE double hockey sticks. It's gonna get a full. It's gonna get a full tune-up after this one, because working with this material, because I'm punching through 7 different layers.
Nice.
No, actually 9, because I have 2 layers here, and I'm going through everything on the brim. So I'm punching through 9 layers with a universal needle.
Oh wow!
I didn't even put my leather needle in. And so the fact that it's punching through all those layers is incredible. These baby locks, like, this thing's eventually going to explode on me. But, like, I got this thing secondhand and it's a beast.
Awesome.
Sounds a little dry. Don't listen to Waternay, okay?
Listen to
I'm
me.
right here. I'm right here.
I'm just looking out for you, baby.
Oh, and I took the bobbin out, so I was just poking it on that last round.
Oh no.
No, I went around a few times. As long as I triple reinforce hats because I have a giant head. But I might go, after I take the pins out, I might go one more round on this one. But we're almost there. This looks like Tiny Tim's hat. Excuse me, sir. I love making hats. I forgot how much fun this was. And I discovered all this on my own one day. I was like, I'm going to start making top hats. And I just started doing it.
Every time you sew a seam, it morphs into another hat shape. And we say, that looks like blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's because it's not puffed out yet. I'm about to get in there and cut this out. But I'm like tempted to go one more layer.
Can't hurt.
Yeah. I constantly talk about reinforcing for a reason. So you don't have to go back. Okay.
Oh, Skits is here. Hello, Skits.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Skits? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope everything's well. Going a bit old school this evening. I'm making hats. I'm going to go crazy and throw some sequins on this thing in a minute. I hope your evening is doing well. You know, it's so funny. I was listening to these young men argue about the VA today, and it made me think of you. because there was an older gentleman who had served, but so what does it mean when you're red pilled? I know I'm asking a stupid question. I legitimately do not know what that means. I hear it all the time. What does it mean?
Well,
Sorry to
I
throw that
can't,
on you.
I can't remember which color is which, but when they're talking about, oh, you need to take the pill, they're trying to say that you have to
Oh,
wake up and be aware of all the terrible conspiracies that are out there trying to get us, and don't be a sheeple, and it's
yeah.
woke, but for the conservative ultra far right.
He was going crazy, and it was all people that looked like me in the entire chat, and he was going full like manosphere.
Yeah.
And it made me laugh. I was just like, guy, but he made some really valid points about the VA and stuff, but then he went off on his tangent, and I was like, it's not that serious. People don't realize it takes all of us to make a village. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's not just one type. I was raised by military people, and they tell me all the time, do not join the military. You're really bad at taking instructions. My pops and my grandfather was the one who started that. One day he looked at me, he's like, boy, you better never join the military. You're terrible at taking instructions. All of them had served, all of them.
The military would not be for me for those same reasons. I'm not really one for blind acceptance of anything.
My problem is I ask questions, and that just doesn't do well with people trying to get things done.
Yeah.
I'm a question asker. Like, excuse me, is my middle name. All right, how much thread is on this one?
And that was not disparagement of anyone who's in the military, just saying that my personal personality would not do well under such
I grew up in a military family, and they would tell me, like, you better become a welder. Become Bob the Builder. Okay, I'm going to have to wind the bobbin, and I'm glad I did, because this machine definitely needs some really quick maintenance. It's extremely fluffy in there.
Oh,
Glad
from
I
the
caught
belt.
that.
See, I told you it sounded dry.
Oh man, me and my lung capacity. That was good. Yay, hello.
Do you have one of those little tiny desktop vacuums that you could use on your sewing machine?
No, I have nothing in this house that is tiny. I have a whatchamacallit? I have a Dyson because I'm bougie. I like the idea of living in a minimalistic way. That's about all I'd like about the military. Oh man.
Military asceticism.
But I will say, because of because of the way I was raised, I do get up and make my bed every morning. And I didn't need what's his face to yell at me about it either.
I went to boarding school, and then summer camp also had inspections, so I grew up being a bed maker.
Do you think that's a good or a bad thing? Like, I had certain things that were required me as a child, and I still do them to this very day. I still get up and do certain things, and I've always liked to cook and eat. So I was always told, if you join the military, join the Air Force or the Navy, they have food that's actually good.
Oh my goodness.
I recently got a small vacuum / blower. Very nice. You know what? I need something like that. My Dyson is way too fancy, and it's overkill. I need to clean that on stream to show how much thread I have in my vacuum. It's embarrassing. Does anybody else have that problem? Please tell me I'm not alone on that. Like, I have lines of thread in my vacuum.
I'm always having to stop and untangle my hair from the little roller thing.
Oh yeah. That too. Well, I have no hair, but I recently discovered in my son's bathroom. But I have one of those weird internet nets, that you put in the drain, so you pull it out and then it blocks all the hair. It stops the hair from going all
Yeah.
the way down the drain.
Yeah.
Those work.
Yeah. I have one of those too. Otherwise, my bathtub drain would just be so clogged.
Perfect. All right, let's wind. And yes, I use my Janome as a bobbin winder.
Well, wasn't Joyful Joy saying that she likes to have a whole array of machines out, so she has one dedicated for bobbins and one dedicated for buttons and buttonholes, and maybe she didn't say bobbins, but
Thread gets everywhere. Exactly. It gets everywhere.
yes.
And long hair.
Yes.
We're talking about you again. I sweep no carpets, but we do have a small shop vac. Do you know what's really funny? My entire house, except for my living room, is all tile. But I put a bunch of carpets in this room because it dampens the sound, and it's easier to find stuff than on the floor of a garage.
Oh, okay. I have hardwood floors, but I vacuum them as well as use a steam mop.
You're reminding me. We went shopping today, and Isaiah dropped a Coke on the floor. So I will be mopping after this stream.
Oh no!
That totally reminded me of that.
When I was getting my tea at Panera, I jostled the cup and spilled a bunch of tea on the floor. But I couldn't. The worker people were all busy, so I had to wipe it up with napkins.
We get I let them get the bottle Cokes. But if you drop those things, they shatter into 1 trillion pieces.
Like the glass bottle ones?
Yeah.
Ah.
They're not. Soda is not healthy for you in any way, shape, or form. In no way, shape, or form am I endorsing soda. But what we call the Mexican Coke has pure cane sugar and not any additives. So it's more of the old school Coke formula.
Yeah.
Than the stuff.
High fructose corn syrup, and
it has none of that in there.
Yeah.
I do that. There is one for bobbins. There's one for long bobbins, and one for exactly. And this machine, this is one of my backups, but this is a dependable machine. This is another one I scored at that same store. I got this for $24 as well. Years apart. Years apart, though. Years. That's why I'm constantly cruising that store.
I'm sometimes tempted to buy a bobbin winder. That wouldn't work for long bottles, though.
Are they dependable, though? Do they work? I have so many questions because I'm constantly winding bobbins, like constantly.
I don't know. It could be one of those things that's a gadget where it looks great in theory, but then doesn't actually work. I don't know.
Because Singer was trying to sell me one. I went on Amazon to buy it, and then I looked at the reviews, and they were like, if you're reading this, save yourself.
Oh, no.
And I was like, oh, I believe you. I so believe you. Because sometimes you can hear the anger in reviews. Like, okay, the guy at the door ticked you off or something. Like, if you're talking about emotions and not the product, I don't believe you. But if you're talking about the product, I'm like, oh, no, brother or sister, I believe you. I believe you.
Oh, Alibaba says the sidewinder can wind the long bobbins. How do you
okay.
How do you like that, Alibaba? Alibaba also says that they get the good Coke with real sugar and not the high fructose corn syrup, and it comes in glass bottles. Very nice.
We do too. We have to pay extra. See, I can't say without laughing. We pay extra for that. I let my son get the whole case because I do the math at the grocery store, and it's always you have to, or you're gonna get ripped off, even in good times.
True.
So I'm all about the math. So we end up buying the whole case because it's cheaper than just buying bottles individually.
Did you like that? What was it? 1893 Pepsi that came out a few years ago? It was supposed to be like the old formula.
I'm gonna tell you, like, it did taste a little bit different. And because I know you remember, do you remember Crystal Pepsi?
Yes.
I was addicted to that stuff.
I don't remember what Crystal Pepsi tasted like, though. I just remember having had it.
It was Pepsi. It was Sprite Pepsi. The Sidewinder can wind long bobbins. I'd much rather wind a bobbin with the machine. Exactly. And that's another thing. I really don't know. I just haven't yet found a bobbin winder that I'm rough on stuff. So I need something that's going to last. They wind the wood spools too. I have a ton of wood spools because my grandmother threw nothing away.
I just like the look of the wood spools. Although that's seems like a good thing to go and wind the wood spool, so you don't have your machine fighting with your vintage machine fighting with the cross wound spools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh.
I picked up a machine and my friend was like, "Oh, this is trash," and tried to throw away the old bobbin. I'm like, "No." And he says, "What? What do you mean? Why would you want that?" I'm like, "No, people collect these wood spools." He just kind of rolled his eyes at me.
Oh, I'm like, my son has learned that. He asked me, he's like, "Can we throw this away?" I'm like, "You've learned, kid. You've learned." Wind blowing, wind blowing, wind a bobbin, wind. Oh, wind is a weird sound. Oh, wind is weird sound English language. You know, I have a weird twang to my voice, and so I misspeak all the time. I have a weird. It's my Southern California twang. It clashes with English.
But you know, English has so many loan words from other languages that, like, the spelling, I feel bad for anyone trying to learn English as a second language.
And we do not take into consideration, like, I grew up around my grandfather spoke immaculate English, so did my grandmother, but as they got older, my grandmother, it turned into Spanglish. My father fell back into his Georgia English as he got older. He mumbled. And so, like, you know, how many people speak mumbles? I always consider me being able to speak mumbles like a fourth language. I'm serious. How many people can understand Boomhauer from from King of the Hill, you know? But I know many Americans like that.
Alibaba says some vintage machines need the wood spools. A national 2-spool will only work with the wood spools. Yeah, some of them have like the little hook on the thread holder and stuff like that. They just will not work with the. But then do you get one of those thread holders, kind of like the industrials, where you can put the thread on the holder and then run it up through your machine that way? Have you had much luck with those on some of the vintage machines? I know the featherweight shop has a thread holder, and they say, yeah, you can, you know, get our extra thread holder, or you can just put your thread in a cup and then use this little feed thing to make it feed through more smoothly.
Interesting. All right. Oh, I forgot I wasn't wearing sleeves today. It's so muggy and hot around here. Like, it feels like I'm wearing long sleeve. It's so hot.
Trying to show off your guns.
Ooh, that's old. That's 40-year-olds right there.
A working man's arms.
From lifting all those sewing machines and may or may not be swinging a sledgehammer at my tractor as I'm like, work! The old one, the Japanese one, it literally just turn the key and drive it.
You just kick the tires because it looks good.
Well, the old Ford, it sits outside. The other one, it's literally in a room by itself.
Huh.
Oh, my computer is having troubles.
Oh no.
No, it's just constantly kicking stuff off. And before you yell at me, Kilroy, I know not every device is meant to have 75 things plugged into it. But I do it anyways. The struggle is real. I haven't said that in so long, but it's true.
Alibaba says, my gardener sewing machine needs and can only fit a wood spool. The setup requires that spool, even has a spool weight for sewing heavy coats, etc. Interesting. And then the thread needs to come off the main top spool holder with an industrial stand. Some will, and others will never work with that stand, like the gardener sewing machine. That's interesting. I haven't seen one of the gardener ones. Is that on your page? I must confess, I haven't had a good look around your page yet. I have it open. The tab is there waiting for me, but I haven't gone and looked around it. Do you have pictures of that?
All right, let's do this old school. I was looking for my X-Acto knife. I was trying to do this precision, but it's gonna cut.
Great. I just spilled tea down my shirt.
Oh, we finally spilled tea. Do we get YouTube street cred now or what?
Yes, because that's what it means, right?
You and I kind of went to that same school, okay? You and I, or we're excluded from that same school.
I'll share the tea. That water day. Did you know that when she was on stream, she totally dumped a glass of beverage down her shirt, and she said it was iced tea, but now I'm thinking it was something else, because otherwise, why would she have spilled it?
Gossip channels trip me out. I literally sit there and I'm like, dude, if you guys have this so much time on your hand, like, I'll literally pay you to help me with a few things. Like, I need an assistant. If you're that bored, I need an assistant for my assistant. People trip me out. I wish I had time for gossip. Well, that's different. When my mom calls me, she'll tell me, I got some chisme. I will sit down. I will grab a cup of coffee and sit down, because I know it's something juicy about a family member.
See? You say gossip schmossip, and then you're like, ooh, chisme.
Well, chisme. They're all in the same. I love saying dame, even though it's considered rude as hell. Well, imagine if you said gimme for everything in English, and in Spanish, it's like, unless you're talking to a good friend, Oh, I used to watch Lauda. It was a show where it was like a talk show, and a woman would say, oh, this guy did this and this. Then the guy would come out and a bunch of old ladies would beat him with purses.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Lauda. If you get bored, look up Lauda. I believe she was either in Colombia. She got in a fight with the government. Like, they trapped her in her studio. It was a big deal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, right.
Oh, Alibaba says they have the gardener on their Flickr, so I will have a look.
Oh, this is perfect. Godless sewing is not playing. All right, let's add some sequence. Let's get the table out. Let's get serious. Alibaba, I really want to thank you, Alibaba, because you gave me this idea. Oh, look at this. Okay. So now we're going to add the sequins and edge it and see what it looks like.
Oh, wow.
Next step. That's the beautiful thing about sewing. All right. Let's see. No, we'll go for the other angle. Godless sewing. Ruth Buzzy used to always beat people with her purse. I miss Ruth Buzzy. Do you know I'm such a geek? I buy the Dean Martin roasts on VHS when I see them in public.
Oh, goodness.
All of them. One day I will own all of them. I'm slowly collecting them. And I have been over the years. Oh, yeah. Hey, Joy. Excuse me.
Joy.
Glad to see you. We were just talking about you in a good way.
We were talking about how you have a different setup of machines for your for sewing buttons on. But then we were wondering if you also have a machine for bobbin winding or if I was misremembering and giving you an extra machine. Alibaba, that sewing machine is delightful. That is wonderful. Thank you for sending the link.
Yay. Let me switch angles. Hello, hello. I'm going to take a quick break before I add the sequins on. Clean up a little bit in here in the house of sewing that is a giant mess. Yay. Hello, Joy. Hello. I'm making a hat. Let me show it one more time. One day I will understand how to make these angles. But Alibaba gave me the idea of adding the sequin sheer around the edge of this hat, but I just made this. I am obsessed with making like top hat style. This edge that's white will be closed when I'm finished. That's the interfacing of the hat though. But I love the old style hats.
I like it.
I love
how it's coming out.
I made a bowler and I wear that thing. It's my poor man's bowler. I want a bobbin on my Janome. Okay, I wind my Janome too. It's so funny you would say that. I use a Janome to wind mine as well. Okay, I'm gonna switch my camera back. Awesome.
Right. I'll be right back. I'm gonna make sure I don't have spinach in my teeth.
Understandable. That little machine was designed to sew everything and was solid built. Canada didn't have the big centers close to send it for repairs like New York. Oh wow. Reminds me of the Cat in the Hat. Do you know that movie? That movie was so strange to me. Are you talking about the one with Mike Myers? Like a life-size Cat in the Hat was kind of scary to me. But that was a good movie. Awesome. I gotta clean up a little bit in here. It's a bit of a mess. This was my more Amish Erica Badu hat. I still wear this. I love this hat. I use it as a template a lot of the times. And I still have a ton of felt and a ton of interfacing left too. So there will be many more hats made. Many, many more hats. All right, let me see if I can move that. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yes, you should be selling your ideas. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to open up a shop, but rent is so high. In downtown Los Angeles, the people that I buy this fabric from, it's $6,000 a month to be on like the main boulevard. Like if you're facing 8th Street or 9th Street, it's $6,000 a month for rent. I don't know how these fabric shops stay alive half the time. Thank you. I am, in a lot of ways, I am a home-based business, but like the buying and selling of sewing machines kind of started as a hobby, but when I started making money, I was like, ooh, this is nice.
So what were we talking about? What was that about thousands of dollars a month?
Oh, the rent in downtown Los Angeles for
Oh,
to face 9th Street is $6,000 a month.
oh my goodness.
And those are for the larger booths, so I'm sure for the smaller shops it's less money, but that's unless if you're making money, then it's nothing. But if you're man, let's be real, a lot of this fabric is $2-3 a yard. I just don't see how they're making the money back.
Yeah, I was about to ask that question.
Everybody always thinks like they're a front for something, but like not every business can be a front, can it?
There's only so much off-license gambling people can do, right?
Yeah, but you have to have the access to the building and be able to be there, you know.
Maybe there's a big room in the middle and they all get money from some sort of collaborative gambling den back behind all of the shops in the middle of the block.
I told you did I tell you my conspiracy theory about my guy that I always go and
No.
see?
Well, I don't think you did. I'll tell you if it sounds familiar.
That building is an old sweatshop.
Oh.
So I think everything he has is left over from that sweatshop.
Hmm.
Because there's a business next door, but they have the exact same stuff. And he's not as nice and he doesn't give me the same price. So I give his neighbor hundreds of dollars. Well, I have over the weeks. Did not all at once. Because I was thinking about buying the building, but that's literally that episode of The Simpsons when Bart bought a factory. That's what it would be me. I would like Isaiah would be the responsible one. I would literally be on my skateboard going through the building or like on my rollerblades, like with headphones on, you know.
You already have a gym to do that in.
I know this. I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't want to interject reality into my dreams.
It's silly of me to be so practical. What was I thinking? My apologies.
But like, part of me wants to call the number just to go in the building to see if they have the old sewing machines. It would be so much fun to see if they. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Maybe you could buy some of the old industrial machines.
Yeah, but I've learned through Alibaba and through just my own experience how many times were those used. Like I almost bought some Juki sergers, but then I realized that they come from a factory and they were used millions of times.
But you know, they were also made to be used that much. So
I'm still kind of mad I didn't buy at least one. Those were my Ventura days when everything. Part of me wants to go back. They probably wondered where I've been.
Show us your back patches.
Oh, you want to see this one?
Yeah. Let's see. Turn your right shoulder forward a little bit. It's hard with the light to see quite what's on the top.
It's a man and it's a zombie American eating an arm.
Okay.
With this was pre like pre all the drama too.
And then it looks like you've got a knife and a toilet brush in the.
No, that's a sword and a palm tree. The entire United Arab Emirates are offended by you, ma'am. I took this from a I took it from a United Emirates t-shirt. Just that little symbol too. I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm obsessed with palm trees because I'm from LA.
I did tell you that I couldn't see
toilet brush.
It was some bad lighting.
It is. I have bad lighting in here. I do.
Well, but actually, the lighting was so good it was reflecting off of the top of the vest, and I couldn't see what it was.
How long should this mesh hang? Where's that weird hat?
Well, given that it's you wearing this, I'll just say yes.
I'm just gonna measure. That's more than enough for my skull. You know, I'm dramatic, so I'll go a little bit longer.
See, that's what I just said. In this light, that sequin fabric still looks that pretty twilight purple.
This is purple. It's not blue. This is
Oh, okay.
actual purple material.
Oh, so this is different sequin than the other.
Yeah, I'm a mess.
Okay.
This is from when I told you that young man kept on saying he was blessed, and I was like not understanding what he was saying.
Oh, okay.
This is from that store.
Okay.
But I was just like, whatever, bro. Like, I just came here for purple sequins. Politics are not my thing. Palm tree toilet brush might be a look in a beach theme bathroom. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I'm thinking about hanging it all up and becoming an interior decorator.
Alibaba says, I know a guy that took pictures of this old Scranton lace factory. The machine there rusting and rotting with all the cards for the lace patterns all over the place.
Oh, wow. That's one of the reasons I want to go in these old factories. If you act like you're an oil baron, they'll let you walk in.
Joy says your hat reminds her of the Cat in the Hat.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yes, that is awesome.
For the record, though, the Mike Myers one was kind of creepy because seeing a life-size Cat in the Hat's kind of scary.
You'd think that when they redid Cats, they would have learned that everyone was creeped out by the anthropomorphized.
It's funny that you would say that. Last weekend, my mom and I were talking. She's like, I'm going to watch Cats. I said, you tell me on Monday what you think about it.
And what
today she came to me and she was like, that was the creepiest movie that I have ever. And we went and saw Cats at the Pantages in the 80s and 90s. Like,
yeah,
you know, so I know what it's about, you know, but
yeah,
it scared me. And I didn't even read the comments until a year later. And I was like, everyone agreed with me. All right, let's continue on the quest of sequins. And yes, I use my Rubbermaid table as a cutting table. I'm crazy.
I think you were talking about that before, and you were debating about whether it was soft enough or if it was damaging your rotary blades.
I think it's yes. All of the above. Like, yes, all of the above.
Well, you could always put a mat down on it, get one in like those big rectangular ones.
But then I'd have to constantly walk around with it. If I was to buy a big rectangular one, I would put it on my desk and then put the two old ones here.
Well, you could always glue the mat to the table so that you don't have to move it around every time you open the table up.
That's not a bad idea. Okay, so this one's important. I always do this. I start grabbing things and then I do not pin them because I put my pin cushion somewhere crazy.
Someone once said, I think I saw it on Godless Sewing, and he said that if you wear them, then they're easier to keep track of.
I haven't met that guy, but I heard he's really hot.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check him out.
He's mouthy though. He has quite a reputation.
Uh-oh.
What did I do with my pin cushion? Do you know what, Waternay? If you were to wear your pin cushion, you wouldn't lose it.
Oh, well, that's a tip. Has anyone else heard that tip before?
What? All right, it's break time. I gotta take a seat because if I'm misplacing things, how could I have lost my thing that I was literally just using? Was I on the floor? Let's look on the floor.
Did you set it down on the chair and then maybe knock it off under the chair?
That's a possibility. I just have the dubstep Klingons stuck in my head right now.
That was the best. That choice of music for the Klingons.
People were mad about it. I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. Matter of fact, I don't even like dubstep. I need more dubstep Klingons in my life. I don't even like dubstep. I was rocking out to it. It's in my playlist now. Why you always calling us when you got drama? One of these days we will slay you and play you. Great song. Great song. The closure of the Scranton Lace Company was crazy. It was literally one of those situations where everybody was told to go home in the middle of the shift. That's
Wow.
awful. Yay, Sydney. Hello, hello.
Oh, hello, Sydney. Food talk. All right, chime in. What are you eating? What did you eat today? Any new recipes? I had friends over on Saturday and I made the pumpkin chocolate chip muffins from Cavalcade of Food because I don't care if it's September, I'm having pumpkin muffins. I put some chopped up candied ginger in them. They were
You're
good.
making me hungry.
I'll send you the link to the recipe.
You know I am a baker.
Although they're very sweet. I think that next time I'm going to try putting less sugar in there. And hope
What? All right.
Well,
We're gonna if you put less sugar in things, you get deported around here though.
well, the recipe for 12 muffins in, like not even mega muffins, just regular muffins in like a cupcake pan, called for a cup of sugar plus another half cup of brown sugar.
I would have added 2 cups.
All right. Well, you add extra and tell me what you think.
Why you always calling us when you got drama? Now I have the Klingon song stuck. As a Klingon, I approve that song. As a real life Klingon, I approve that whole scene. People were up in arms, and I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever.
Sydney made Uncrustables. Did you make them from the box, or did you make little sandwiches and pinch the edges and cut the crusts off? I have a box.
Sick.
Sydney says, "Are you sick?"
Oh, you know what? Every time the weather changes, I get sick. Every time. So my body does not do well around constant change of the weather.
I have a cookbook, and it's part cookbook and part cooking discussion, and it's called Make the Bread, Buy the Butter. And
wow.
What she does is she'll take things like, Uncrustables or macaroni and cheese or whatnot, and then she'll have a recipe, and she'll talk about, okay, how much prep time and inconvenience and cost and everything. And then she'll compare it to like a well-known store brand or going out to purchase it at a restaurant, and kind of discuss whether she thinks it's worth it to make it and whether that was a better option and why, or whether she thought it was better to just buy it. And so she says, make the bread because she thought it was easy and convenient and you got such a good result. And she says, buy the butter. But I don't know. I kind of feel the other way around. I don't find butter difficult to make, but bread is a lot with the knead it and then let it rise and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't feel like messing with that.
You know what, though? Bread is like making a coat. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it.
Yeah. Well, there's a restaurant in Pasadena. They have this amazing bread. And so sometimes my mother will pick up a loaf from there and bring it over and we'll share it. So that does it for me. Ooh, Sydney says that she makes challah.
Ooh.
Challah, it's so good. And then Sydney says the Uncrustables were from the freezer. She thought seems like that would be very convenient. And recommending chicken soup for you. Do you make your own chicken stock, Sydney? Or do you buy chicken stock?
If you wanna judge me, I love chicken stock. I would drink it.
I wouldn't judge you.
I love chicken stock. I make my own soups though. So you can do crazy stuff with chicken stock.
Yeah.
Almost done. All of this was for a reason. Slash is gonna be so jealous of this hat when I'm done.
Very nice.
This is
And you can go to New Orleans for a festival.
Have you? I watched a documentary about these men who dress up as Native Americans, and they have a contest to see who has the most intricate headdress. And it's been going on since like the 60s or 70s in New Orleans.
Huh. And that's tricky because of all the meaning, and that's kind of like the equivalent of battle vests, because you get your feathers by doing certain things, and it's got a strong cultural background. So
I know what you're saying.
It's a bit of a gray area for me.
It's kind of like wearing a patch of a band you've never listened to.
Yeah.
I get it. New Orleans has its own culture, though.
Mm. It's
much like any area, much like any area.
Almost like the headdresses have become a part of a separate culture.
It was really interesting because, I look at things more from the sewing side.
Yeah.
And less from the cultural appropriation side. I drink chicken stock. Clear soup is a thing. I am obsessed with chicken stock. I'm glad you said something. I just was making sure I'm not too weird.
No.
I'm probably going to put some in a mug after this.
Good for you, too.
I need to learn to make matzo ball soup. My mom makes a really good matzo ball soup. I love beef tea. I'll drink beef stock, too. So when I was a kid, I got the Georgie Porgy disease. I got mono, and I had no taste for 4 months.
Ooh.
And so, like, as human beings, we do not realize how much of what we do is our smell and taste. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you lose that, you lose a part of yourself. So I went to this weird phase of eating everything with hot sauce on it and drinking beef stock and chicken stock. And so since I was junior high, is like 14. Since 14, I've been drinking that stuff.
Oh.
But I caught the kissing disease because I was Georgie Porgy as a child.
Uh-oh.
You live and you learn. Keep your tongue to yourself.
Now I've got Georgia's satellite stuck in my head. I got a little change in my pocket. Going jing-a-ling-a-ling.
I should have done this on one of the many mannequins I have. This last part is actually going to need a mannequin.
Well, while you do that, I'll read the comments.
This stuff is awesome, though. Really quickly, this is awesome.
Ooh. I love that color.
Sorry, go ahead.
Kilroy says, I always do that cost analysis, talking about food. There's a lot of stuff you can make from scratch, but it'll be easier and cheaper to buy it from somewhere. Yeah, sometimes. And then sometimes your home recipes, it makes enough for the 5,000. And,
That's me and bread. Or pasta. Still to this day, I do not know how to make pasta for less than 700 people. I try. Like last time, Isaiah looked at me. He's like, "You failed so bad, bro." I was like, "I know. We have leftovers when I make spaghetti."
But you're right, Kilroy. Kilroy says, and now that grocery prices are catching up to restaurant prices, more and more things, you may as well buy them. Yeah, oftentimes, and then you have to think.
Oreos are $6 in my town. I'm moving.
What the heck?
They were $5.99, and they tried to sell that was a sale price. I went shopping today, so I'm extra. Excuse me, I'm extra chippy.
Oof.
My normal bill is around like $180, 200. It's at a tack an extra 100 on that with
Oh my
modern day
goodness.
prices. And I
Oh,
shop for 2 weeks at a time or a week at a time, but still, it's $300.
Pam's daughter is with you on the spaghetti. Pam's daughter loves spaghetti.
I cook it. I'm addicted. I a long time ago, when I lived in Arizona, I worked for a man whose real name was Mark Guido. He was Italian and he owned a restaurant called Guido's. And I'd always say, "Isn't this like racist?" And he's like, "It's my last name." But he taught me how to cook Italian food. So I love Italian food. He was just
Wow.
another positive human in my life who taught me a life skill.
Oh, nice to get it from the source.
And he was one of those guys who he seemed like an angry guy, nicest guy on earth. Nicest guy. But if you saw him, he looked like a scary dude.
Alibaba said, talking about the headdresses, that they talked to Sitting Bull's grandson.
Oh,
And
wow.
yep, there's big meaning behind those headdresses. And then Alibaba also says, I cooked bacon, garlic, tomato pasta tonight at my friend's place after going to the farms. Wow. That must have been amazing. I mean, I'm assuming you got a bunch of other produce besides potatoes?
Oh, that sounds so good.
Doesn't it?
I nowadays after these streams, I always go in the kitchen and chef something up after these streams. Oh man, you guys got me starving tonight.
You have so many choices tonight.
And I ate pancakes. See, I purposely ate 3 pancakes thinking it would keep me through, and bacon and eggs too. And I'm not hungry again.
You're thinking of beef tea and chicken stock, some spaghetti.
Do you know what I still get down on that I used to eat when I was in my 20s is pasta or shells or something with garlic and butter. I get down on that.
Very nice.
Still to this day.
Isn't that a very Italian way of eating your pasta?
That's poor college kid food because it's all those ingredients are affordable.
Besides, you're allergic to tomatoes.
That's why I'm constantly looking for alternatives because I love pasta, rice.
Do you ever do like pumpkin puree?
Not in a long time, but I'll eat the pumpkin pie stuff that's meant for a pie out the can.
Oh, wow. You don't even bake it in the oven?
Unsweetened and I'll eat it.
Goodness. Well, it's squash.
It's
healthy.
Good. I have a weird palate. I think like most people do. Okay, good. I didn't miss that piece. Perfect. I actually have to pay attention while pinning the back. Oh, of course the head came off.
Oh, no.
All right.
Let's see. Alibaba says, yes, tomatoes, cucumber for making pickles, and the dill, 2 types of corn, one I never had called caramel. Wow. And then al olio is sort of like that, pasta oil and garlic. Sub the oil for the butter. All right. I think we need to fly Alibaba out to cook for us.
Absolutely. Okay.
Sydney had some pancakes from Lucifer, and they were great.
Oh, I had pancakes for dinner. I'm a breakfast guy.
Did you make those ones from that recipe?
No, there's a greasy spoon by my house that whenever we go shopping.
Yeah, you just said that. Sorry.
It's a weird tradition, but we go every week. The food is consistent though. Like if you, man, greasy spoons in America. When they go, I'm moving somewhere else.
Well, Guy Fieri had that show like Diners, Dives, and what was it, Drives or something like that.
Yeah.
So is that a good American tradition in your opinion, or just a bad one?
It's good, but please do not take any medical advice from me. I still cook with lard. What do I know? Like, let's be real. You know,
the
my
keto
son is like, sir, you are unhealthy. We have fights over kale because I refuse to eat kale.
The keto people would tell you that cooking with lard is a good thing. Find the dietary regimen that sounds tasty to you, and then just buy into the philosophy.
Well, technically, I am weirdly keto. That's just because I'm a meat eater.
Well, no, that would be high protein, high meat is Atkins. Keto is high fat and low sugar.
Which one's paleo? See, I don't do fads. I refuse to lie to myself.
And you're definitely not low sugar, so.
I know. Are you kidding me? If you knew how much sugar I drink, they'd call the cops on me. Like, this guy needs a welfare check for the amount of sugar he. All right. All right. Let's start sewing and see what happens. Like I used to say when I made pre-records.
Woohoo.
Stepping on the foot would help.
Whee!
Oh, this is going to be a fight. I'm going to have to mute this one.
Let's see. Never did like breakfast food. I don't go into a sit-down restaurant before 10:30 or 11. Otherwise, I'm screwed. Uh-oh. See, I really like breakfast food, but I kind of prefer it for dinner. Well, unless I'm at a B&B in the UK. But that, I mean, I don't know that how much I would consider. I mean, it is breakfast food in the UK, but it's, it's more of like a hearty meal. So
are you kidding me? If I eat that every day, my heart would stop. And I do kind of eat like that. They don't mess around in the UK. I don't like tomatoes like that either.
Well, I don't eat the tomatoes. Lucifer Almighty says, my pancakes are bomb. Do you want the recipe that I have from the vegetarian epicure? You put 3 eggs in, and you separate the eggs, and you beat the egg whites up into soft peaks, and then you fold that into the pancake batter, and it makes a pancake that's kind of like a cross between a pancake and a crepe. It's so good. Let's see. Alibaba says, paleo. What do I eat, eh?
I get that joke.
Okay. That one went over my head. I must be missing a vital pop cultural reference.
Oh,
pop culture reference.
Is this not gonna? I have to mute myself. I might be yelling at my machine. Give me a quick second.
All right. That was what you looked like when you were calling Spectrum the other day.
Let me tell you, I am the last level Karen. When you beat all the boss Karens, you meet me. And then you're surprised, and I'm like, I've been here the whole time. I am the boss Karen. You're not doing your job. Where's your manager?
Oh, wow. 33%. Alibaba says they have 33% Neanderthal DNA. So does that mean you like to eat paleo? Oh, wait, you did say, okay.
It's an old running joke.
Yeah, okay. I'm back with this. I'm on the page. The joke tried to go over my head. I caught it just in time, and I've reeled it back. Okay, I'm ready. 33% Neanderthal DNA. Are you sure? I thought it was like 50. Do you have the brow ridge? I dated this guy, and he had this really strong brow ridge. I used to call him my little Neanderthal. Let's see. Kilroy says, for some reason, I never could handle heavy food right after waking up either. One time I tried to just see if anything changed, and let's just say I had to take a day off work to clean up. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everyone is different, and you've got breakfast might be the best meal of the day, but not if it sends you to the bathroom. So, I'm very sorry to hear that, Kilroy. The earlier I get up, the more hungry I am. So I'm a big breakfast kind of person. But my mother, on the other hand, oof, she just wants a little cup of espresso and just leave her alone for a couple hours. Sydney says, call Spectrum. She wants to watch. And Alibaba says, yes, call Spectrum.
I become my skin comes gray, my eyes become red, I become a demon. Like I don't play. Matter of fact, if you ever have a problem, call me. I'm like I'm the A team all wrapped up into one. I'll go crazy. Like, no, and I'll tell you why. It's because I remember when things worked. And we just live in a world of incompetence now. See, I'm starting on my Karen speech already. I do not. See, and you know why? Because in my own life, I have a certain way of carrying myself. I am the real life nutty professor, and I get things done. And I am the real life nutty professor.
So there.
They're ripping me off. And don't rip me off. Don't steal from me. Don't make me feel like you're stealing from me. I'll go crazy. And I'll tell you that it's my job, even though it isn't my job. I go crazy. I don't mess around when it comes to Spectrum. They think I've been fired like 10 times.
You've got a whole list of the talking points.
And plus, I was raised Roman Catholic, so I don't mess around with the guilt. I like literally pour the guilt on it with both hands,
See, now we know why that lady was like, what did I do to you? You made the mistake of representing Spectrum.
It's because I come off all sweet and nice, and then I'm like, ah! Call Spectrum and start complaining about grocery prices. You guys think I'm playing? I'm probably on a training video somewhere of how to deal with me and New Yorkers. They're probably like Californian and New Yorkers are the most entitled people.
So Alibaba says they have the brow, the underbite, the arms that go about to the knees. It reminds me, there's one of the Jeeves and Wooster short stories by P.G. Wodehouse has this guy who's trying to make some money, and so he is in a gorilla suit, and it's this whole. I love the way P.G. Wodehouse writes. Just the sense of humor is amazing. But it's this guy and he's talking to this person. It's like, first he scared the living daylights out of them because they think that they're right there with an actual gorilla. And then he's talking about how no, he's just got the suit on. He's trying to make a living and highly recommended.
Paul Mooney actually told a joke like that about how if anyone ever messes with him, he gonna put a gorilla suit on and beat him up. Oh, wow. Look at the bunching on that. All right, let's try that again. Let's try. No, it's because I didn't have the proper needle in, and my machine was like, what are you doing, crazy person?
Oh.
All right, so I finally replaced the needle. Let's try this again.
What's that tech acronym? Problem is between chair and computer?
Between man and sewing machine at this point. All right. Now that's a show that I should be on. Man versus sewing machine.
Well, I mean, you could just direct your YouTube channel that way.
My mom is crazy bad. Mine is too. It's good to have a crazy person in your corner. Like, I'm a Karen. I could call my mom, and she's like a Karen from a different universe. So if I'm the final boss, she's in the second video game. People haven't always been the same level it is as today, but back then technology was simpler, so it was harder for idiots to screw it up. So true. It drives me crazy. I can't quit you though. Oh, thank you. That's one of my favorite. I used to put that in my video. I still have that clip in my main thing. It says, I can't quit you. Every time I talk about fabric, I used to do that. If you ever get a call from 323 Godless, please transfer to your super. I'm serious. I am probably in a training video. And another thing, you can't talk in circles around me because I'm a direct kind of guy. I'm like, oh, you just said that. Let's not talk in circles. Like you made your point. Okay, let's not repeat ourselves. I got some guy from Apple flustered last night. Woodhouse is an absolute treasure.
Absolutely.
Do
I do the.
Go ahead. I'm about to start sewing.
Oh, okay. I do the thing where I say, I appreciate that you can't help me, but may I please speak with your supervisor? Maybe they can do something that you can't. And then they're like, oh, but they can't do it. They're just going to tell you the same thing. I'm like, yes, I understand, but go ahead and transfer me. What did Apple do? I don't know. I've usually found them pretty helpful. And I do like with Apple that you can call, you can speak to someone, they will try to fix your thing. Whereas I think some of the last bundles of straw for me with Windows was when they would say that it was a software issue, and then you talk to the software people and they would say, no, that's a hardware issue. And they would just essentially refuse to fix it. And also they wouldn't speak to you without you paying them up front. And so then you were paying and nothing was happening. And it was an exercise in frustration. And I said, okay, I'm leaving and I'm getting a computer from somebody else because you all infuriate me. Kilroy says they got Godless hooked on their products. Well, they have better customer service, in my opinion. In my experience, I don't know. I feel like it's stronger than just an opinion. It's fact, I tell you. Sydney loves Apple. You have to pick your poison apple and go with the one you like best. Hey, hands. Pinch, pinch, pinch. All right. Looks like we have a seam. The foot. Did this foot ever get attached with the screwdriver, or are you still sewing with a floppy foot? We shall see. So, what do we all think about the new privacy regulations and things that are happening in Europe? Do you think those will come over here and we can stop having an entourage follow us around the internet and sell all our personal information to all and sundry? That's what I would like to see happen. This is what a Davis sewing machine can do perfectly. Deal with the different textures of fabrics or fit them through. Okay, a needle feed. Yeah, that would be nice. No bunching when you sew sheer fabrics. I'm trying to remember if I have a Davis. I bought a lot of sewing machines all at once, and I started doing an inventory. I'm not sure if I've got a Davis or not. If not, it's definitely on the list. I did get, did I get a FOF with the built-in needle feed? I think I did, but that's a much later machine. Nice. No bunching on shear or slippery stuff. I wonder if Godless has a machine that has a needle feed. He's been liking the, you get one that you're using for your everyday sewer, and then sometimes you don't always want to go and pull the other machine from the back, and you think it'll be fine. And
My
then it
problem is I
pisses.
use the same machine for everything, so I destroy machines, but I do have specialty machines in this room. Many. But the problem is a lot of them are buried. I should have done this with my 1950s Singer from Scotland because that thing's a beast.
Do you have one that has a needle feed?
Yes.
Let's see. Kilroy says, I have a browser extension that blocks everything unless I tell it not to. So I'm good. Very nice. I have an ad blocker, but I keep wanting to, like try a VPN or something, but then you're giving your information to the VPN, which, they say, oh, we're not going to sell it. But I'm like, I don't know. Let's see. FOF doesn't have that feed. That is a top bottom feed. Not a needle though. Still very good on the FOF. Okay. I thought that there was one that had a needle feed, but maybe that was just a oh, maybe I'm thinking of a walking foot one. I'm pretty sure I have a machine that has a needle feed. See, the thing is, I got these machines to enjoy and play around with and see all their inner workings, and I'm very behind in it, so I only have the vague idea about some of them. And I'm not an expert like Alibaba, though I would like to be. It's a process. Let's see, the FOF 2111E. Okay, is that the top and bottom feed that you are that you're referring to? I have I don't have the 2111. My FOFs are earlier than that. Yes, top and bottom feed. Very nice. So what is the earliest one? Because I know I've seen some others that have like built-in walking feed and then the needle feed, but I'm trying to think of which machines those were on. What are some of the earliest ones? I feel like those features were there and then they kind of went away for a while when we had everyone was imitating the Singer tanks. Oh, I really love the color of those sequins. They're so pretty. The needle feed Davis was 1876. Very nice.
I'm fixing mistakes because I'm a bit of a perfectionist, and if I don't fix it now, it's going to look crazy in the end.
Well, that's the way you have to do things. That's good sewing practice. That's not the time to be a pirate.
Sometimes I choose piracy. Sometimes I put my powder wig on. I don't know. Or maybe Pirates of the Caribbean was one of the most inaccurate representations of pirates ever. Yeah, Johnny Depp had dreadlocks. Gee, I wonder why. But to be fair, when you're a pirate, you don't have time to wash your hair. And as a pirate, I don't have any hair, so it works.
There's a I read an article. There's an artist who started doing pictures of like Neanderthals and early hominids and stuff as like normal people, something that always bothered me was that they would show the Neanderthals and the cave dwellers and whatnot with like crazy ratty hair and dirty, and I'm like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Nobody likes to be dirty, and nobody wants to have like crazy matted hair tangles. I mean, even like gorillas and chimpanzees and stuff spend a lot of time grooming each other. And
I know a few welders that come out from the mountain or from the pipe. Like when we were building a pipeline, there are some people that I can contest that hadn't taken a shower in a couple days.
well, I
They were
mean,
scruffy and gruffy and smelled like welding and bad decisions.
sure. I think that in any society you get the old scuzzy ones, but you know, for everybody as a group, I where we go, I don't know why, you know. And then we're always finding like the I saw a thing about the oh man, what was his name? Otzi, the Iceman.
Oopsie. Yeah.
Yeah. And like all of these like tools and accessories that he had with him and all of that. And I'm like, yeah, see, people knew how to live.
He
They
had
knew how to take
shoes.
care of them. Yeah.
He had a coat and he had a nice coat. Even without
Yeah.
the Mimi G pattern.
Right? Think what he could have done with the Mimi G and a baby lock.
He would have been stylish, Ootsie. Even that girl they found perfectly preserved, she had a full outfit on with style and everything, you know?
Yeah. And the whole, you know, like the jewelry and the braids and the, yeah, Alibaba points out that, let's see, had tattoos. Yeah. Sewing kit on him.
I watched a documentary on the ancient Egyptians and it made them real people. You know, and I
Yeah.
think sometimes we really we feel disconnected, but these people, like in ancient Egypt, they would write on the walls like so and so drank too much last night, so and so talks too much, or I don't like this person at the job made such a mistake that it got all of us in trouble. That's normal stuff.
Right.
You know, that's just normal human everyday, like, you know, it just showed how much they were just like us.
Yeah.
But we have that disconnect because we consider them ancient, but they had the same wants and needs as us.
And then we have this misperception that there's always progress from bad to worse, and that we never experience any setbacks, or that things never get forgotten, or what have you. And so, you know, like, you just look around, you can see the things that these people were able to do, or some of like the lost cities that we found, or what is it in the is it the where the whole like the pyramids and everything in the Americas, with the whole, you know, and they had like full on highway systems, like
Oh, yeah.
paved highway systems and things. And it's like, okay, well, just because you all don't know how to do that now, we cannot assume that they did not know how to do that back then. We don't give ancient peoples enough credit.
And if my cousin is listening, I made it to Chaco Canyon without you, and I did not see aliens. So ancient aliens was wrong. Isaiah and I went. We had a great time. None of that is real. My cousin, when we used to get along, we made a pact that we would go to Chaco Canyon, and I went there. They're not real. You get to see the Milky Way, though. It's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's from watching that stupid show.
Yeah, I don't think that, you know, ancient aliens, I don't need to believe in ancient aliens. I think that we just had some really advanced high-tech
You want to
people
know?
back in the day who did good things on their own.
I think the truth is that the modern day man is almost shamed that they don't know how to do what we considered less civilized people to do.
Yeah.
Like they built monuments that we can't even build a highway that lasts 30 years, you know. The Romans, right now, you can go walk on a road that leads straight to Rome. Right now, you know.
It was relatively recently that we finally figured out about what it was that made the Roman concrete so strong and keep getting stronger over time.
That's crazy. That's just crazy. I like going through newspaper archives, and trust me, it's been as crazy now since at least the mid 1800s. It's just that time smooths the past over. So true.
Yes.
So true. I always say when you see somebody, you don't know what they did to get there. You know, you don't know that person's history.
True. What we know of the Amazon forest is actually part of the vast cities of the Inca world. That was the fields for farming. LiDAR shows the region in a new light. Not pristine rainforest at all, new growth. Yes. Alibaba says you can drive on Roman roads, take a Roman bridge, or go through a tunnel, all Roman. Yeah. That is very true, Kilroy. Kilroy reminds us that you have to realize that trigonometry was originally invented by the ancient Greeks, and there's an insane amount you can do with trigonometry. Very true. And yet we like to think of them as barely managing to get through the day in some sandals and a toga.
Well,
And
we think of Brad Pitt fighting people in what movie was that? Troy. I'm almost done. It's almost
nice.
reveal time.
Woohoo.
This one's gonna be hilarious. This was definitely out of the box sewing, I'll tell you that much.
Are you going to put any more sequins on, like a sequin band or?
This was a test piece just to see how it reacts. Like, and every single, like, you know, each piece of fabric is different. This is much more thin than the other stuff I was working with.
Okay.
The other stuff I was working with, like, you'd hit it with the machine, it'd go bonk, bonk, you know.
Kilroy says, I like going through newspaper archives, and trust me. Oh, wait, we've read that one already. Sorry. Graffiti on the walls of Pompeii is cool to read.
I love reading old ancient graffiti and stuff like that. I absolutely love that. Oh, yeah. The brim is kind of messed. A few mistakes were made, and I got to edge it, but this is beautiful. I got to fix the bottom.
I
made it a little bit too long, but Alibaba, I like your idea. I got to keep it at the bottom.
It's fabulous and scary all at the same time.
Which is the Godless sewing motif, so it fits. It fits. Can you smoke through this thing?
I wouldn't recommend it.
I'm kidding. Alibaba, I really like your suggestion. Thank you. This was worth it. I needed a palette cleanser for all the stuff I've been making lately. This one's longer than I thought it would be. Let's let it hang. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. I'm gonna work on it some more. I'm gonna edge the sides a little bit more to make it a little bit even, but
I like how on your actual mosquito hat, it has like the little drawstring so that you can pull the neck in and then have it like blouse over your shoulders. I think that could look good with this purple sequin.
I like that. I used to have a mosquito head net like that for a whole for sewing, for smoking. Oh, for smoking. This is awesome. Kind of reminds me of Cousin It a little bit.
Yeah.
I messed up on this seam right here, but that's okay. Like, I can see every imperfection, but nobody else can unless I sit here and start pointing it out.
Do you have like a little did it catch kind of right about the level of your eyes?
I messed up on a seam. That's why you saw me ripping seams. because I messed up on this one right in the front. And it's always in the front. Because if you mess up in the back, you could just be like, well, if you're looking that close, we're dating. But when it's in the front, you could totally, but who knows?
Well,
That might be my nose.
it looks like you can just snip that little thread and it'll be fine.
I think so. I'm gonna this was a template. I really like this idea.
And what you could do as an option is like pin the front up on the brim, so it kind of like is like ruched in the front and then like gathers over your shoulders. You know what I'm trying to say?
I wonder, you know what? I'm gonna have a reaction video where I wear something like this in public and watch
That
people.
would be great.
I look like the new professional wrestler. Please welcome Godless Sewing to the stage. That man took my bobbin 45 years ago, but I'm back to beat you in the ring, brother.
Yeah, like gather that part like all the way up to the brim.
That's what I'm trying to do. I wanted it like this size, but I'm dramatic, so I just let the whole thing hang. And I look like the Cobra Commander like that.
You could put like a little strap so that you can wear it up or you can wear it down.
You mean like this?
Well,
I'm all chin at that point. It's literally just chin
Yeah.
at that point.
Well, no, like kind of, like a Roman shade or something. Speaking of Romans, so you could like gather it all up in the front and then like have like a little clip or something.
Alibaba, this was such a good idea. This was such a good idea.
You're having a great time with
it. That's what my channel's about. It's about having a good time. I'm not here to try to solve the world's problems. Do I have to sing the song? We didn't start the fire. It's always been burning.
Well, I found that song annoying. The whole endless lists. It made me think of Whitman. Well, Walt Whitman made me think of, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
I know exactly what you're trying to say. You don't want that too long. You look like Grimace from McDonald's. I eat hamburgers like the Grimace from McDonald's. And if I keep eating them, I'm going to look like Grimace. This thing is starting to get its own weather system in here. It's starting to get a little muggy in here. I like it. I look like the freaking gay Cobra Commander. I'll get you, G.I. Joe. I'll get you. Oh, that's funny. There's a bunch of improvements. See, this is the first one I made. So there's a million improvements that can be made. And like you said, I'm going to roll it up because my mosquito thing, it literally stops right here. It stops at the neck because it's supposed to wrap around like that. But I don't like that.
Go ahead.
No, you liked it. I didn't. Keep going. It's okay. I want it more square.
I like the sort of the ballooning around the face and then the spilling back over the shoulder. It looked good.
So it isn't as breathable as netting. No, the netting, like I can barely feel the breeze from my fan, and when I have the netting on, there's no difference. I can feel the breeze from my fan, but because I'm long-winded and talky, it's getting muggy in here.
You could cut you know how they do like sometimes with applique. Well, no, not applique. Oh darn it, what's the term? Anyway, I'll just describe it. Where you would have like the fabric and you would cut out so to reveal the fabric behind it and then stitch around the edge, kind of like a buttonhole or something.
I like that.
But instead of having a fabric behind it, you could just have like lots of different kind of random holes cut in it. Maybe do like a metallic thread or something to bind the edges.
That. Maybe that hat will turn on the throttle on your motor mouth. No, I doubt it. I highly doubt it. This is actually making me feel like I'm the Cobra Commander right now. I'll get you, G.I. Joe.
He's reveling in the anonymity of it all.
That's why I liked rocking masks again. Because all you can see are my jaundiced yellow stoned eyes. I like that. We're back to wearing masks again where I live. So they call that scrim, maybe not. I just feel accomplished. It was a lot of work to actually make this thing. And the sequins almost killed my baby lock. Let's see how it sounds without any thread in it. Yeah, it was the sequins. It's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay. We made it.
It still sounds dry.
Well, it's gonna get help. I'll get you, G.I. Joe. Oh, this is total. I love it. I could totally see Doja Cat wearing something like this. I'm gonna put a band on here. I have a million ideas for this one too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use a lot more. I'm gonna have to get buckram now, but it's not about the giant brim on the hat though. Get rid of that dulled needle. And I used a leather needle too. I had to replace it with a leather needle because nothing was gonna poke through it. That other needle is dull and dead though. Absolutely dull and dead.
Uh-oh. Oh, that reminds me.
We'll be here, Joy. Oh,
Alibaba. I was thinking, some of the machines have kind of odd size needles that are a little harder to source now to, find old stock and stuff. Would it be possible to maybe gently sand a needle to restore the point without changing the size so that it doesn't work? Do you think it would be possible to do something like that for some of the machines where the needles are harder to source?
I look like I'm gonna go fight the Lone Ranger at noon.
I feel like you're about to go cause some trouble in New Orleans in the dark of night.
This is a total Papa Shango hat. I could wear this during Mardi Gras. They'd throw beads at me.
They come back. Oh, what'd you do for those beads? I wore a hat.
Oh gosh, that is so a question. If your friend comes back with a pile of beads, judge them. Judge them. Oh.
Kilroy said earlier that they did a deep dive on ancient Greece and Rome in their late teens, and they were geniuses. They were societies of engineers and thinking men. And then also in some of the cities in Africa as well, like Timbuktu and, of course, the Egyptians. Truly amazing. I wonder what...
Oh, go ahead.
Suddenly thinking of the library in Alexandria and all the other libraries that were lost.
I now look like I have Papa Shango standing behind me. I'm trying to make myself big, and I already am. We've been in here for 3 hours.
Maybe you need a snack.
Awesome. There's Singer 12NF, and the clones have a bobbin winder, with an emery needle sharpener.
Okay. They did that all the time with the old cold drawn needles. All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't thinking to be reckless.
I think I had donuts.
You had donuts, or you have donuts?
I like making bad decisions at the grocery store.
And
I have a chocolate donut obsession.
Oh my. Uh-oh. Library in Pompeii or Herculaneum.
I watch a ton of Mary Beard documentaries. I love that woman. I know she's been canceled, but she has taught me more about ancient Rome than when I actually went there. She's an amazing human.
So are your chocolate donuts, are they chocolate chocolate dough, or are they chocolate glazed?
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. I think that's a good idea, Kilroy, to sew a stuffed chocolate donut. You could put little pockets in it too to store things. Pardon me, I have an itch. Chocolate glazed donuts. I haven't had a donut in a while. I don't have them very often.
I go to a store called Smart and Final, and they these are just decadent.
That's a lot of donuts. I I'm just poleaxed. I'm trying to think of how I could possibly eat all those donuts. But I'm one person. I'm not too
I live with a 14-year-old. When I walked in there,
Uh-huh.
he was eating these in the dark, and I'm like, give me that. I'll be back.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too familiar with Mary Beard or why Mary Beard is problematic now.
Basically, people were trying to make the Romans into who they weren't. And she just told, like, no, they were this and this, and the Greeks are this and this. And she got called a TERF. But really, she's from a trans exclusionary radical feminist.
Yeah, I know what it is. I was just trying to see how that would apply to.
People try to attribute certain things like third spirit. They'll take things from different cultures. And Mary Beard corrected a lot of what people thought about ancient Rome and Greece. And she's literally the authority of modern day. Like, she used to teach at Cambridge and everything. And so it just, like, she lost a lot of standing. But the truth is, like, we make meaning in our life. We don't get meaning through people like Mary Beard, And so now there's this big row, and the truth is she's just and she's from a different generation. Sometimes you have to remember that people some people are just kind of, from a different generation. They have different views.
Well, I mean, you can't let that obscure your study of the past. If your own experience is getting in the way of how you see things, then that's a problem. I'm not saying that was the case for her, but I saw a TED talk, and it was a lady talking about how she wants to see many more women in archaeology and anthropology. She was saying that it was dominated by men for so long, and that's a problem, and that they found one of the earliest calendars. It's like the earliest known calendar that they found with somebody, and it was a stick, and it had like 28-day markings on it. And all the men were talking about, what could this be for? What are they measuring? Fascinating, the moon or whatever. And the TED Talk lady says, all right, so ladies, what do you think that this 28-day calendar is for? And all the ladies in the audience were laughing. You're muted.
You missed my face. When you said 28 days, my brain was like ketchup, bro. And I was like, 28 days. I get it now. My brain was like, oh, I get that. I get that. Oh, that's funny. I'm over here gorging on donuts. Oh, excuse me. That's hilarious. I'm really into ancient history. I read a lot of books and stuff, but it wasn't until I got online did I realize the amount of misinformation. So I really just stick to the facts,
Yeah. I think that, it's hard because you're trying to put 2 and 2 together and come up with 4. And, you have to make some leaps in order to help you, have some angle of which way to go to try and study and figure things out and stuff. And so you can make a leap and then find out if that's supported. But sometimes people are leaping without support.
Big time. And it causes problems. Oh, if people were saying things were ancient Greek or Roman, but they weren't, and said, no, they weren't, here are the facts, then I'd say the people who got mad need to accept they were wrong. Exactly. And even I was wrong in a lot of things. Like, I go by the Doctor Who line, and it wasn't necessarily like that in Rome.
Yeah.
They had different sects and different parts, and people were extremely open, but not everybody was like that. And so I've accepted and moved on from my own point of view,
Yeah. And sometimes there's a different concept of things. Like, I know that we were talking the other day about like manners and things like that. And the whole thing when they threw the shoe at President Bush. And so, like, for Americans, that was like, oh, haha, they threw a shoe. That's hilarious, So, like, that guy was really upset or whatever. But then in the context of some of the Middle Eastern peoples, that's like a grave insult because, having to do with feet and everything. And so it's kind of two ways to look at the same facts and situation.
Very much so.
I'm so glad I got such Greta original source information very early on, and a lot of that good insight too.
Having been there too, someone will say something and I'm like, no, it's not even like that. Especially when people talk about Israel and stuff, I'm like, it's not what you think it is. It's like a major city. It is like with high rises and clubs and like you can go out in the desert, but it's a major city with museums and sidewalks.
Well, it's kind of like like movies always, how they put that yellow filter. It's like you don't cross into Mexico and suddenly the light is different from the rest of the planet.
It's really not. It's more actually, it's funny. When you cross into Mexico, they actually have less pollution in certain areas. So the sky's more blue in certain parts. In Canada too. Well, Vancouver is different because Vancouver is a major city, so they have pollution just like us. But like when you get outside the city, like, oh, the sky doesn't have a tinge of brown to it. I still take pictures of the smog because it's amazing to me when I can't see the mountains. And I'm like, there's supposed to be a mountain there, and it's literally covered in smog.
Sometimes
we can see it wash over the hill and literally washing into the valley.
And I mean, it is nothing like what it used to be. I remember when I was, time for me to transition from junior high to high school, and I was trying to figure out where I was going to go to school. And the smog in the valley was so bad that I'm like, I don't think I can go to school over there because it's like, the headaches and the dry eyes and the,
Do you remember smog alerts in the 80s and 90s?
Yep.
It's a whole generation of kids that don't even know what that is. I'm going to test this out to see if it's how breathable this material is.
Are you trying to hot box on
I really like what I made this evening. I feel accomplished. I fixed that little kink while standing there. The problem is the sequins will get hooked on each other. And so you really have to pay attention. I reshot a second scene in the gym yesterday because I'm skating around and it was stuck to it. So it looked like I had half a cape.
Oh, boo hiss.
Yay. Joy is still here. I'm glad you're still here, Joy.
You're back. Hello, Joy. Oh, Joy, if you sent me an email in the follow-up, I do not seem to have received it. Just to let you know. I sent you, I think, 3 with various pictures for the feet that we were talking about. And, you know, no pressure if you didn't get to it yet or whatever. That's fine. I just didn't want you like waiting to hear from me.
That's
Oh
kind
my
of breathable.
goodness.
Kind of breathable.
It looks like a special effect some for some indie horror movie. That's great. A little puffs of smoke coming out between. They didn't want to do like a whole monster face, so they let your imagination scare you. That's great.
Well, a writer from London during the Victorian times went to Pittsburgh when all the steel mills were active, and coal. Will you read that? I can barely see it.
You don't even. Not only do you not have your glasses on, you've got sequins in front of it. Oh, that's great. A writer for London during the Victorian times went to Pittsburgh when all the steel mills were active and coal was being used for heat. He said it was the darkest, blackest city he had ever seen.
That's crazy. Yeah, this thing doesn't breathe as much as it should.
Well, if you ever want to do that, like I don't know the terminology, the whole like where you smoke it out and then you like breathe it back in again. You've got the
That could work. You know what? This is patent pending. This is we're having a meeting right now. We're just working ideas on how we can market this thing. This is fashion. Patent pending. If I see anyone else wearing this, I have lawyers. I really do. Not yet. My Instagram is. I totally get that.
It said, Joy, that your account isn't active anymore over on Instagram.
Oh, I'm so mad at Instagram, Twitter, all of it right now.
Oh, see, now you look especially villainous, just the face underneath the shadow of the sequins.
So does that hat go in the success or failure? No, this is 100% success. This was a prototype and I'm learning a lot. I'm going to make the brim needs to be a lot more secure. I don't like the floppy look, but I have something hanging from the brim of a hat. So of course it's going to pull it down.
You could feed a wire through there, like a piece of coat hanger.
Oh, I've gone through the hat saga.
Hold on, let me explain to you how to make it.
That's how I knew how to make this within an hour and a half. If I wasn't yakking, I would have made it faster. But like that's how I instantly knew how to make the hat piece of it. This was just guessing. I literally just cut a piece and put it on. I'm just glad this is non-stinky material.
I'm sure everyone else is too.
Oh, I'm gonna wear it low like that too. Oh, that's beautiful.
I tell you to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'd tell you to burn that other fabric, but I'm concerned for the environment.
I'm scared to send it to the. I could take it to the hazmat dump off, but they might put me on a list. It is a good, exactly. And see, like, honestly, the only way I know how to make pants is because one day I was like, I don't know how to make pants. And I just started making them. And I figured it out. And then I watched a real tutorial on how to do it. And I now, from experience, I know how to make pants now. Maybe you could use a plastic cutting sheet from the dollar store, the clear ones. Oh, that's not a bad idea. I've been looking for a good, because we have 99-cent stores and we have Dollar Trees here. And so the Dollar Tree sells a lot of stuff, but it's more for crickets.
Oh, okay.
And I do not, that's the one piece of equipment that is not owned in this house.
You could do, those like flexible cutting boards that they have.
I actually, Isaiah and I have one in every color. I bought a giant pack off of Amazon. We use them every day for cooking.
Yeah, you could do something like that.
It's not a bad idea. I should buy some new ones. They are stiff as hell, but I wouldn't be able to get a sewing machine through that though. Well, my 1950, it would be abuse. It would be abuse of a sewing machine. Now that hat knitting and the new cape. Oh, I forgot to go get my cape. I forgot about the cape because I'm sequin crazy around here.
That's a good idea, Joy. Actually, oh my word, Godless could get a big cutting board and do some of the and use it for the Mimi G pattern that he's worn out to death. Let's see. They let us work a furnace to make iron too. Oh wow, that sounds like a great experience, Alibaba.
They thought they could cancel him, but they couldn't. It's the Phantom of the Sewing Room.
You look like someone who has a cold, but they're still feeling extra.
That pretty much sums up my life right there. Not feeling well, but still on fire.
Joy had a good idea. It was kind of what I was thinking, but I was worried it would leave too much seam allowance. But Joy said that you could make the plastic stiffener just a little bit smaller so that the needle doesn't hit it. You put it at the stitch line.
That's a really good idea.
Yeah.
Really good idea. That's kind of what I did with I had a huge seam allowance on this so I could get when I made the original brim so I could get the sequins in. Oh man, I look like I'm gonna ransom the moon or something. I look like a total evil villain right now.
You look like a villain from one of the early Doctor Who episodes.
This is total 1980s cheesy villain Cookie Monster Doctor Who. When they had a real life Cookie Monster.
All right, Kilroy, we'll pretend I didn't say anything about the pattern. That's what you could
Let
do.
him destroy the Mimi.
You could trace the new long arm denim jacket pattern onto some stiff plastic, so you can make that one a lot of times.
What was that show with Flash Gordon? Defenders of the Earth. I look like I'm in Defenders of the Earth. I look like Mandrake. Sorry, I watched 1970s cartoons. As a grown adult. I thought I have a cold, but still extra, absolutely. My problem is, like, as you can see from this angle, I like how the hat still has the round brim, but it's slowly pulling down with the sequins.
I mean, it doesn't look bad. It just looks like a design choice.
Well, life is a choice. I'm telling you, I'm going to start marketing these. I'm going to sell them for like $1,000 each, and Doja Cat will be wearing one of these. Or one of the Kardashians, because they love overpriced stuff from overambitious humans.
And then that'll let them walk around somewhat incognito. Is that an Instagram baddie or is it a Kardashian? Nobody knows.
Or is it, legend has it, it might have a terrible third option of that Godless sewing guy. I don't know. I don't know.
Take your chances.
Alibaba sold Darth Glitterous. This was such a good idea. I want to thank you, Alibaba, because I would have never thought of this hat if you didn't mention it 2 days ago. And you were kind of kidding, but I'm not. This is awesome. I am the sequins. Oh, like they say in Batman, I'm not wearing hockey pads. What's the difference between you and me? I'm not wearing hockey pads. As I get in my Ford Flex and drive to Michael's. I'm joking. I don't go to Michael's anymore. That place is just a husk. Don't do the Robin and E. Banks and that get up. Man,
I don't
and
know.
where I'm from, they'd stop me at the door. They'd be like, "Sir, get out. Get out now." Oh man, capes are so dramatic.
You could put lights on it so that it messes with the cameras and they can't see who you are.
Put your hand up or the sewing machine gets it. Damn right. Damn right.
Give us
This
your
was
sewing
such a
machines
good
and
idea.
nobody gets hurt.
Oh, this was such a good idea. We needed this. I've been making so much serious stuff lately, and my stinky pants were a complete failure.
Oh no.
Should I make a giant stinky flag? I need background.
No.
Like
No.
black is always useful as far as sewing goes.
It smells.
You're right. And
Think
I do
of
have
the
a
off-gassing.
it's and the funny thing is when I got it, it continues to off.
Yeah. Oh, think of your lungs.
Now I want to send it to a chemist to see what's wrong with it. I want to see why it's so petroleum smelly.
You know what? You could do that and make an interesting YouTube video about it. And then you would feel like buying the fabric wasn't a waste.
I know people are tuning in. They're like, "See, I told you, Godless has finally lost it. I told you."
There's a chemistry channel. Oh dear. Of course I can't remember the name of it now, but I'll send you a link. Maybe you two could do a collab and you can send him some of that toxic fabric and he can get back to you.
Oh, I have yards. Is that the guy that goes places and doesn't like? They'll show a video of something. He's like, "I'll do an investigation," and he's like cheesy, but he really does the investigation.
I don't know, but Kilroy just said what it is. Nile Red, and I
That's
think
him.
Nile Blue is their other channel.
I think that might be him, where he's like a real chemist and checks in, like, or someone will say, "Where do you think I am?" and he'll really go and find them. Have you seen that
Huh.
channel?
No, I don't think I have.
There's
Unless
this
it's this one and I've just missed those episodes.
the weirdest stuff pops up in my feed, and if you're interesting, I'll click on your video. Says the guy wearing purple and blue sequins. But I will say, wearing this purple exposes how blue this is. If you see the difference,
Yeah.
do you
Yeah.
see the difference?
Yeah. Oh, that looked amazing with the light shining through the sequin onto your face. Tip your head forward just a little bit. See? Oh, maybe you should put a light under the brim on the inside. That would be spooky.
That
You
kind
might
of
have
blinded
something
me.
for Halloween here.
I might wear this. This might be my lazy costume. How about that? Ooh,
The strobe's not working for me.
might blind me anyways. This is a really powerful light. I need to quit messing around with this thing. I won't be able to see after this stream.
Yeah, you could put a couple little LEDs like along your forehead under the brim. That would be amazing. Alibaba agrees with me. Oh, heck yes.
I do have a bunch of weird lights. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. I do have weird wearable lights because I have a fog machine, which should be a shock to no one. But because of my asthma and all the equipment in it, one time during COVID, in this room, Isaiah and I turned on the smoke machine, and I'm surprised my neighbors didn't call the fire department on me when I opened my garage. It was rolling out for 20 minutes, and we sat there. We were like, "Well, the cops still aren't here. We're shocked." We had fun. We had a lot of fun. But and I've been watching a lot of people. Sequin shirts look uncomfortable. Let's talk about it. Like a sequin polo. I'm a sweaty guy. Like I don't think I could wear a sequin polo. I'm constantly touching my clothes.
Maybe if you just sewed a few large sequins on in strategic places.
I was watching that English show, the Sarah McMillan show, and this young man came on in a shirt that was full sequins, and I think it was because of the Hollywood lights, but he was sweating. I don't know if
Ooh.
it was nerves, and it was a major program, but this young man looked so nervous.
Oh.
I literally looked like that. Was it Peter Davidson? No, Peter Davidson. Colin Baker was one of the greatest Doctor Who. One of the greatest Doctor Who's. He had the worst scripts.
Oh.
Was it Baker? No, I'm getting him. Colin Baker. Yes, he had the best. He was the best actor out of all the doctors that have ever been a doctor, but he had the 1980s scripts and that coat.
Oh, Kilroy. 100% humidity. I would perish.
It's so humid here. If I wore a sequin, should I die from a heat stroke? I'm slowly starting to get. It's hot under here. 100% humidity. I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be out there. I'd be in the front yard with my shirt off, hanging out with the mosquitoes. This is awesome. It is getting a little muggy under here, but I had to do this one time. I look like Mandrake from Defenders of the Earth. If you're bored, you should look it up on YouTube. It's a cartoon, I believe, from the 1970s. Flash Gordon. It's basically the League of, what is it? It's basically the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen with a bunch of off characters.
Okay.
Well, Flash Gordon's in it, so it's got a few off characters.
Now I'm just hearing Queen in my head.
I literally have the Defenders of the Earth theme song in my head. Now, Godless Sewing. Think how Boney M did all that legwork with what he wore. Hard work. Absolutely. You're so true. I've been obsessively watching Boney's videos. If I had to dance like this for even 5 minutes straight, I would be a sweaty mess. This is less than 30 seconds.
Oof.
I would be a sweaty mess. Now I have that song came roaring back in my head. He was a man from a foreign land. Great song. Great song. There's quite a few items that I wear that I get extremely sweaty in them, so I don't wear them that much. But this is awesome. You are right though, Ollie. People that imagine professional wrestlers that wear this much sequins.
Oof.
And this Macho Man Randy Savage would come out in full wool coats, full fur. Oh, that reminds me. I have a bunch of fake fur. I don't know what to do with it anymore.
Christmas tree skirt?
I've already made a Christmas tree skirt.
How about fur trim for the back of your chair?
I'm not trying to look like I'm the Beastmaster. Great show. I'm from a certain era.
You could make another hat like the one you did and put some fur trim on that.
Gilroy, you are 100% right. Those guys were I watched a special the other day. They were talking about how when the wrestlers nowadays do not pass away like the old school guys, because all the old school guys would wrestle on cocaine.
Oof.
So they didn't even 33 was a magical number. There's a lot of wrestlers that had not made it past 33.
Ooh.
And at my age, that's young. In my head, 33 that's young,
Yeah.
Now I just have Boney M blasting in my head. Oh. Oof. That is muggy. That thing, it has its own weather under there. Tuned in, I'll throw this back on. I just had that song blaring in my head. I look like Instead of Cobra Commander, can I be Sewing Commander? I'll get you, G.I. Joe. So you think I should fold it up like this?
Well, I was just thinking that if you folded it all the way up to the, well, two options. One, if you put it all the way up to the top of the hat, that it would give you like a little sparkly thing around your face. That could be cool. Or I also liked it when you had like the front of it kind of up so that it ballooned in front of your face, and then the rest of it was hanging down the back. I thought that looked good also. But it's long and it's a lot of fabric, so you could do something so that you can change it out according to your mood.
But that's why I always try to make things a little bit longer, because if I could get angry and cut pieces off of this and it wouldn't affect it. But if I made it too short, I would be stuck with the original design,
Mm-hmm.
I just have Boney M stuck in my head. All right, so I'll give all the lurkers and people who just popped in a second to look at my... I look like I'm going to ransom the moon or something. I'm going to call Austin Powers in 5 minutes.
Oh, what did you decide about wrist straps for your cape?
They're gonna be glittery, because when I go like this, it'll still be cool if you see the glitter.
Yeah. Are you going to do like a deep gauntlet, or are you going to do
I have
like
a ton.
narrow band?
I have elastic in here.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I'm going to start using what's left of I have miles of elastic, but I'm going to just make it the size of my wrist. And quite honestly, as long as you make it semi-tight, it's one size fits all.
Yeah. But are you going to do like a wide... the moon?
Absolutely. I do look like a supervillain, like the sewing supervillain. Did I actually stay true to my title this evening? I did. Hold on, let's look at the title. Moxie, Epoxy, and a mile of thread. Yes, I did. Sorry, go ahead.
Alibaba says, I would try the thumb grip style like they did on some of the hoodies. Yeah, that's a good idea.
I do that on purpose because I'm from that era. I rock my thumb through the sweater. I was doing that before it was popular to really sound like a homer. I love that design. That's not a bad idea at all. Godless supervillain. Well, I have enough of an origin story. Let's see what she looks like in the light. I have lights strategically placed all through here. The sequins are slowly starting to grow on me. I'm really loving the look and the design. And it's just something fun to work with too. And I'm a cape wearing kind of guy. And if my computer ever decides to start playing with me, I have a video to show it. Oh, man.
Well, now you know what you want to wear in the winter.
Oof. So I don't know if I'm going to make sequin pants. I might make them out of this material.
Yeah.
Much more light. Well, that brings up a whole other... If I turn left, you'll see my nalgas though in the light, though. I'm kidding. It's all about lining.
I was going to say, you might need to line them. Or you could do some like like the dancers wear with the little booty shorts, like they're made out of
dancer tights are their own world. They are so thick, they are so well made. I know what you're talking about.
But like not even like the tights, but you could do like the little shorts, the dancer shorts. And then you could have, so it would kind of be like you can sort of see your legs through, but then your important bits are covered.
I'm not trying to look like Keke Palmer. She got in trouble for going to the Usher concert, and they've been talking about her for 3 months. I didn't even know who she was. I've never even seen a movie she's been in, but they've been talking about this poor young girl.
What did she wear to the Usher concert?
She was showing she's a she just had a baby and she was showing off like, hey, I got a great body. And you know, because she's famous, Usher walked up to her and like her breasts and butt were covered, but everything else was sheer.
Okay.
And excuse me, the internet lost it.
Oh dear.
And I want to remind people we were all 20 something years old once. I was 20 something years old skinny. I'm 40 something year old dad bod now. All right. Let people just rock their skinny little body for as long as they can because you're not going to have it forever. It's just jealousy of a young person who was showing off their body. Why don't I have you checked out Temu has been getting presser feet and attachments for them at a good price.
I have not checked them out. I have all vintage machines and antiques, and then one Bernina, which has kind of special feet, which, you know, not that people don't make knockoffs, but so I haven't checked them out. I think that, you know, some of the later, like the short shank and long shank, they probably make feet, but
You know, I know it sounds crazy. My baby lock only takes a certain amount of needles. I switched out the whole mechanism. Now my baby lock takes all sorts of needles. It's how much you're willing to mess around with it, you know. Oh, that was awesome. I'm gonna go to the Godless sewing room real quick.
All right. Have fun storming the castle. So I have here the manual for the Necky Julia. And how is my feed, everybody? Am I doing the robot again, the max headroom? So let me know if you can see this. So my friend and I were also looking at those Necky cams. And so far, I have not looked at this manual yet, but what we concluded is that some of the cams are pre-made stacks. No robot, I'm good. Victory. So some of them are pre-made stacks, and then others that I think some of them might be missing from that box of cams. But I have another box that has some, so I'll have to make like one complete box because I'm going to keep one of the Julias for myself. But anyway, that one has separate little pieces that you then, hey hands, has separate little pieces that you then would stack together. And that's how you get all the different feet. So it's a little combination of both. Yeah, you can stack the single cams, and then some of them are like pre-made stacks. So I haven't confirmed that or what all the little pieces look like in the manual, but I'm definitely going to give that a look.
Let me make you big real quick. I don't want to jinx it, but your camera's been great all night.
Oh, I inquired and they said I was not doing the robot. So we'll see. Let's see.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I'm pretty excited. Here we go. Like how to use the cams, 3 cam groups, loose cams, all on page 33. So what are you chuckling about?
I had no idea that sequins create their own greenhouse effect when you put a hat on and cover yourself. It was muggy under there. It breathes and you can see through it, but not like I thought it was. But that's okay. I love how this came out.
I really like the choice of fabric. It's pretty.
I learned a lot though. I'm gonna have to bust out one of my major sewing machines next time I make a hat. The baby lock can punch through 9 layers of material, but not like my dressmaker or my old Bel Air. My machines do all the stitching. Oh, that's funny. Do you know what it is too? I have too much faith in my sewing machine, so I'm like, nah, it's screaming and crying. Let it keep sewing. Keep sewing. You're a machine. Oh man. Oh, and on Wednesday I ordered an emulator. So not an emulator. I ordered a converter. So maybe I'll be able to start my Twitch channel. Yet
Oh,
another
okay.
overambitious project. I
Mm.
don't sleep at night, so it'll just be me playing video games for people in the UK and Australia.
Are you going to do video games, or are you going to do Twitch sewing?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna not change my name.
Oh no, I meant, are you going to do Twitch streams with sewing, or are you going to do Twitch streams with video games?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. And I think because of the demographic in my age, like there's a whole group of people who played different systems that kids don't even know about anymore, you know?
Yeah.
And I just happen to own them.
Well, that could be fun.
Because I'm a
That's
curator.
niche.
And I have I have a ton of games too. Like Skits was showing off. I have a ton of games. So it won't just be one. And I have a Sega, and I have a Nintendo 64, and a PlayStation, and a PlayStation 2.
I think that's a nice niche, a nice angle to take with it. You know, play all those games that you like and that they haven't gotten to see.
And I get to push my Godless sewing propaganda on other platforms.
Yes, yes. You're a shill for Big Sewing Machine.
I like that. I like that. Big sewing machine. Me sitting behind a desk like it. Have you ever seen the movie There Will Be Blood?
No.
I won't give it away, but he really struggles throughout the movie. So at the end of the movie, someone asks him for money, and they walk in this room, and there's like a fire going, and he's sitting in this ginormous room behind a desk.
Mm.
And he's like, "You can enter now," because he's literally an oil baron now. Like he went from a guy in a field to like realizing he has more money than the Pope. You know, so Daniel Day-Lewis is one of the greatest actors that ever walked this earth.
Absolutely.
One of the greatest actors.
Did you see Room with a View?
Gaming today, sewing tomorrow. I'm writing that down. No, I haven't seen that.
Oh, he plays this effete Italian lover, like just very like high maintenance Edwardian fella. And it is so different from some of his other characters. It just shows what great range that he has.
Last of the Mohicans makes me want to like go out and get an axe and fight people. Gangs of New York, I literally root for him in Gangs of New York. It's not in this room, but I made a tall hat. In the stream, you can hear me talking about. I watched Gangs of New York last night. I literally made a hat inspired by Daniel Day-Lewis. Like whatever he's in, he pours his heart and soul. He's actually admitted that he like literally will immerse himself in a character and not break that character. Like he'll walk on set as the character.
Yeah, that's a little problematic.
He's hardcore.
Yeah, you know, because sometimes that makes for very uncomfortable sets. And then if you're playing like a terrible person, you get sucked into the terrible personness.
There was a young man who was in the Black Panther. He played the villain in the first one. He said that.
Oh,
Because he got huge, he got buff, and he said, you know, like I needed some time to myself because I became this evil, angry person. You know, it's a really cool interview. Actually, I watched it and I was like, wow, you're a real person. Because the younger generation, I'm really not into their movies, but when they become real people to me, I'm like, all right, like you're a real person. I love the costumes and game. Absolutely, that's why I love watching that movie. That inspired me to like. That was in the middle of me making hats, but it inspired me. And in my video, I'm wearing that hat. I still wear my old timey hat. I do. I wear in the house. Like, oh my gosh. If I was ever under surveillance, they would be like, he's not doing anything. He's just weird. He's so weird. That guy is so weird. Playing dress up in his house. That's the old method acting.
Yeah.
There was some. Oh, Christian Bale is also notorious for being the worst on set,
Mm.
but he's admitted to fighting people on set.
Oh goodness.
I heard it from his own mouth. And if he feels you're not up to par, he'll stop the scene. if you're not up to his level, he'll kick you off set or try to.
Mm.
There's been actors that have been like, I do not like that man. But I think a lot of it also is cultural differences because people come from different countries and we don't. I had a Ghanaian roommate and we had culture clash.
Yeah.
He was from a different planet than I was from. And he would tell me all the time, like, Americans are this or that. And I'm like, dude, like, we live in the same house. Let's not have this conversation, you know?
Yeah. America's a big country and everyone is different. I mean, just in general, people are different.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you remember last night when I was telling you about Africa?
We said a lot of things about Africa.
About the numbers and how
yeah.
in America we're myopic.
Uh-huh.
I got to say it today. I got to say
really?
it to my Chicago peeps, and I was like, well, actually, in America, like, I broke down the science, and they were kind of quiet at first, like, uh-oh, the sewing guy's got something to say. But it's important to see the world as the entire world, not just your corner.
Yeah.
You know, we're like, I hate to say it, but we're a part of, you know, the symbiote circle of the planet, you know.
That's true.
I'll go a little bit longer. We've been going for 4.5. I feel accomplished because that hat is awesome. And it's going to send me in a designer kind of direction.
Ooh.
You guys watch. And if my idea gets nicked, I have a lawyer. Excuse me.
First. We saw it here first.
No, I'm kidding. Like, you guys think I'm playing, but Erykah Badu is literally suing Beyonce over a hat. And she's go ahead.
Is she suing the designer for taking her design, or is she mad because somebody dressed like her? Because those are two entirely different things.
Yes, she's suing like the conglomerate that, because Beyonce is just a word, so she's suing that conglomerate. But yeah, she's suing her over the hat.
But also, I mean, like, I don't think that you can sue if you try to say, oh, look, this is my design and now I'm like making money off of it. But even then, like,
this is important. That's something I have to get across. Europeans who think the US is a dangerous dumpster fire because we're always arguing with each other. Arguing with each other is 100% normal for us. It is. The way that me and my mom speak to each other, people at work are like, that was intense. I don't want to sit in a meeting with those two anymore. But we come at each other like with no fluff, no like no. Oh, she'll ask me a question. I'll say that's not feasible. And everyone's like, oh, is he talking to the boss like that? Oh my gosh. That's the new people though who don't know me. No worries, Alibaba. I'll be here for a little bit longer. We're doing a full Elvis on a Monday night tonight. I pulled out my sequins. I guess this is the part where we're singing gospel in the back room. I watched a documentary on Elvis a while ago, and I was amazed on how much of a people person he was. Regardless of what people think about Elvis, he brought all of his people from Memphis to Vegas with him because he didn't want to forget who he was. So they all drank beer and ate fried chicken and ho-hos together. It made him more of a person. It really brought him to light when I watched that documentary on Elvis. So if people wonder why I reference him so much, it's because I see him as a real human.
Yeah.
And back in the day, I've seen every single movie he's ever put out, all the Gidget movies, that whole era, like where they're fake surfing in front of like the Hollywood green screen, you know. Gidget was the best because Sally Field, like, you'd see all of them and they'd be like, let's go catch a wave. And they'd all run out and they're like, They're like surfing backwards with their arms crossed, you know. Oh, those shows were awesome.
That was like, I don't know, what would you equate it to? The High School Musical of its day?
Yeah, because they would stop to do a dance. They would all stop and like, let's get groovy, and they'd all start dancing. I'm serious. I miss that stuff. I watched that stuff as a child. Like, I watched all that. That's why I fell in love with the Elvis movies.
Yeah.
You know, they were just more happy. That whole era was more happy. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't because the 70s was raw, but they portrayed themselves as more happy.
Well, I think a lot of times you end up with, escapism.
Yeah.
And there's
exactly.
something happening in society, then.
I get hosed for saying this, but I love I can't remember her name, but the woman who was on all those movies in the pool. Those swimming movies where they would like be big productions.
Oh,
Sorry, my parents were 40 something years older than me, and I used to watch these movies with them.
And she did all like the diving.
Yes, I love
yeah.
her.
Oh, what was her name?
I can't remember. When I was a little kid, like I would watch it and it was brand new to me. So I'd sit in front of the TV and be like, oh, not knowing these people were way gone by the time I even came around, you know? I remember seeing a movie of his as a kid, and I think it was GI Blues. Saw it in a drive-in with my parents. That's so awesome, Joy.
Oh wow!
That's so awesome. In my town, where there used to be a drive-in, is now where my storage unit is.
Oh.
When I became a world dictator, every copy of High School Musical is going in a pot. But where do you draw that line, though? Like, I love Newsies. I've actually seen Newsies live on stage.
Oh, wow.
And, like, I went back and watched the movie, and I'm like, this is super hokey, but it's okay. I own it. You know, where is that line? Because to a certain generation, they're going to take that serious. To me, like, I would change the channel, but I'm a cynical human. Go ahead, please.
I think that we are often quick to pass judgment on something that is not meant for us.
Thank you.
You know, like people are like, oh, that's stupid, that's old. And it's like, well, yes, but you're 17 and this is for, parents who are experiencing empty nest syndrome, and it's just not for you. And then the parents will be like all judgmental about all the silliness of a kid's movie or whatever. And it's like, well, you're not the audience.
Or like dubstep Klingons. If you don't like it, then you're probably not watching Paramount Plus anyways. I see a lot of people who are like, they're like, oh, I haven't watched it. It's like, bro, we've been through 5 series. We're on season 3. Like, get out of here. You don't like dubstep Klingons because you're not watching the show. And now I have it. Why you always calling us when you have drama? I have that stuck in my head.
I laughed when I saw it's like the best way when I saw that. Oh my goodness.
Me too. When I saw that, I was like, this is how you end a show. Like, this is how you end a show. And, the second, like, because I'm not on Twitter like I used to be. I haven't posted in like 2 or 3 months. I'm done with the drama on Twitter, but I still cruise Twitter, And people were going off about the episode, and I just happened to not watch it because you can watch it at midnight West Coast time. But that particular night I fell asleep or something. I was like, oh, I forgot it was on. I loved it. Every single person, it seemed like every single person who watched it was complaining.
Huh.
And I'm like, they're like, this is not Trek. There's like 5 musicals I can point to on Trek. In the original, Uhura is always singing. There's quite a few episodes where she saves everybody by singing, even in the new one, Not everything can be for everybody. Oh, it drives me crazy. And that's the lie of inclusion, is that we can like, if something isn't meant for you, it's just not meant for you, you know? I do not watch cartoons expecting them to be geared towards my 40 something year old self, you know? And not everything can be child friendly or family friendly. There has to be an adult oriented media to explore adult problems. I agree.
Yes. And as I must say that as a child-free single adult, I often feel very forgotten by society. It's like, no, I do not. Everything is about children and
Okay, but
families. Dang it.
right now, you can get in your car and drive to Tommy's or Del Taco, or like, I'd have to get a babysitter if I wanted to do that to be a responsible human.
Yes.
So-
Which is fine. We have, but
I'm
but
not
there's
saying the night staff at Denny's does not know me and my son. I'm just saying.
but there's kind of a like
I
an
get it.
assumption that people only live one way, and that I, as a woman of my age, ought to have, a couple of kids in the other room.
People are shocked when I only have one.
Mm.
There's a weird stereotype that someone looks like me is supposed to have 10.
Oh,
Sorry. No.
from 5 different mothers.
Yeah. Sorry.
I remember,
But it
because
really quickly, it goes back to what Kilroy was saying, that people don't like, at least in the US, we are extremely diverse. We
yeah,
are our own planet. That's why we're so selfish and think that we literally are the only ones around when we're not.
mm.
You know? Now I have that stuck in my head. Why you always calling us when you have drama? One of these days we will slay you. I might be singing Klingon for Halloween this year.
I remember when, because I'm old enough that, back in like the 80s, we liked to pretend that, that people were not having sex before they got married. And I mean, of course, everybody was,
Yeah.
but we like to pretend that, that, oh, no, they don't do that. That's for, the racy rock stars or what have you. And so people would always say, oh, are you married? Do you have kids? If they were talking to someone. And then sometime that shifted. And I find now I get asked, do you have kids? Are you married?
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a societal expectation? So people just assume that on everybody?
About
Like,
having kids?
yeah.
Or no, because it wasn't so much about expecting that everyone had kids, but just that being married was like secondary. Whereas before, you wouldn't be putting the cart before the horse.
I think that was kind of my era. Growing up, a friend of mine who was my best friend in just throughout my childhood, our parents were the only ones that were still together out of our circle of like 12 people. Because we went through yes, I was a Boy Scout. We went through Boy Scout, soccer, baseball, high school, all together because we all lived in the same area. So we always ended up on the same team. Because of our addresses. So but it's interesting to see after all these years that like still to this day, our parents were the only ones who stuck together, It's not as traditional as people, but let's be real. I don't think we should force people to be together.
No.
My ex-wife and I, we hated each other. We are the best of friends. We give each other high fives now when we see each other, like, hey, I don't have to live with you. Good, I don't have to live with you either. Like life goes on,
Yeah. And this idea of, it used to be people would say, oh, well, we're staying together for the kids. And it's like, but I'm not sure the kids really want to grow up in a house of antagonism and misery.
No, me and Isaiah, we're chilling. I fall asleep on the couch sometimes. It's so quiet in my house. Old man style, watching the news. Just, oh, it's so peaceful here. No drama. Like I'm okay with that. That's my single person habits. You know how I always talk about like single person habits, like it's so peaceful. I've fallen asleep in my backyard. It's so peaceful. Kidding me? Get that sound of the freeway, get the fountain going. I'm out. I am out.
I like to do yoga in the evening to relax because I'm not very coordinated when I first wake up. And one night I did yoga and I woke up on the floor in Shavasana like 3 hours later. I full on fell asleep on my yoga mat.
Oh, that's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you. See, but you were like, you woke up like rested, like, oh crap, that's the best sleep I've ever had. I come off the couch and I'm like, I needed that. That was worth it. I wake up happy, like, hey, how are you? I'll never marry, never wanted it, and I can't tell you how many people just assume that I'm looking or that I eventually want it. No, I don't. Not all of us buy into the life script. I agree. Oh, you know what? Honestly, I would stay. It's so. I would stay with somebody. I'm an extremely loyal person, but I don't know if I'll ever get married again.
Mm.
And one day you might be showing me this clip like liar. Liar.
He said.
Well, survey says that a year ago on a rando live stream, you said this.
I would like to be married, but not just for the sake of being married, Like
Oh, I
some
know.
people,
Oh, I know. Well,
yeah, like some people seem to think like it's not just something that because that's what one has to do, It would be because I found someone that I actually wanted to marry. On the night of the 11th, you said this.
yeah. I know I've been trying all night not trying to bring that up, but it's true. I did. I just have that song stuck in my head. Why you always calling us? 'Cause you have drama. You know what though? I learned some valuable things from being married. I'm not mad at all. I'm not like resentful for the experiences that I've had. I look at them as lessons and like you either repeat them or you become a better person,
Mm.
It's not even rocket science. It's the same thing with sewing. When I mess up horribly, I'm like, "Ooh, I'll never do that again." Or oops,
Well,
I
that
used
was a bad idea.
oops, I should have changed my needle. I'm just being lazy. Like tonight, I was just being lazy. I should have changed my needle, and I royally flubbed that up.
It's the last time I don't wind a new bobbin.
Do you know what I've been doing that lately? I've been getting really cocky because I used to like do nervous guy. I'd wind a bunch of bobbins before the stream, and now I'm like, I'm cocky live streamer, and I'm like, oh crap, now I have to wind bobbins.
It'll be fine.
Every day is a school day. Absolutely, I look at it like that. Do you know that's why every 6 months I unsubscribe from all the chisme and drama channels that I'm subscribed to, and I go back to watching like Gresham College and Mary Beard and like documentary channels.
Okay, so what is it that makes you sign up for them again?
When I see two grown men getting in a fist fight in some weird park in the middle of Atlanta over nothing on reality television, I'm like, oh, you got me again. Like, oh, you guys got me. Do you know as an adult, no, as an adult, as humans, do you think we like involving a certain amount, hey Alibaba, a certain amount of like chisme and drama and like okay, I love boxing and I know it's going to be weirdly controversial. I think UFC is kind of barbaric. But I like boxing and you can get your face, you can get beat up in boxing,
I admire the skill of these sports. I am strongly opposed to the whole like beat each other senseless, try to knock people out. I think that it should be like more for points and things, maybe along the lines of what we do for the Olympics.
That's like UFC's like in boxing, you have giant gloves, but UFC, that's a street fight. That's like,
Well,
I'm the same way with boxing versus UFC. And I'm not trying to be a prude. I'm not trying to tell anyone how to live their life at all. My son, he came to me. He's like, I want to train for MMA. I said, you can train all day. I'll take you to the classes. You're going to hate me when I won't let you go in the octagon.
I mean, I've read an article saying that bare knuckle boxing is actually better because you're only like hitting someone so hard with, because it hurts you too and stuff. But then when you have MMA, you're also, kicking and all of the other stuff as well. So,
I used to be really into all that until I had a kid. And then my entire demeanor changed towards a lot of things but I think boxing and UFC are more honest than football and hockey. You're destroying your body either way. At least you ain't lying about by adding a ball on a field. Football, I know someone who used to play for the Raiders. He has CTE and he went clinically insane.
Oh,
The human body can only take so many hits to the head, even with protection, before you have adverse effects.
Well, because you get the forces rattle your brain around, and so it's not like a blow to the head. It's it's like shaking a
CTE. Gosh, he's so much older than me, but at 45, 48, he made this weird decision, he was going to change his life, and he started dressing like a raptor and trying to act young, and a man who had never smoked weed in his life started smoking.
That's usually not the direction people go when they're trying.
It kicked you out and kicked you back in. StreamYard is getting better. It's getting better. You said that's generally not the direction you want to go. And then,
when you want to change your life,
I agree that my sister and this individual got a divorce, and he went insane. And I don't even like my sister, but like insane is insane.
I mean, did he have like brain damage or
yes.
aneurysm or?
He got the scans and everything, and in the NFL.
Oh, sorry.
There was a class action lawsuit after the Will Smith movie. All the old schoolers came together because they didn't have money. The older generation did not get paid like the newer generation. These guys are getting 20, 30 mil. The other guys were getting paid $100,000 a game.
Yeah.
Which is nothing compared to these guys nowadays. I'm not defending him. I don't like him at all, but I'm just telling the truth of what his story was, and he went clinically insane.
Oh,
yeah. And it was direct result from CTE. Oh yeah. So you really have to pay attention to what you do to your body. Says the guy who's sitting here smoking this entire stream. You should really pay attention what you do to your body. Take it from this hypocrite. I don't know though. I try not to tell other people what to do, like even with my sewing, because I'm a pirate. But there are certain things where I look at it and I'm like, oh, that's hardcore. And I bungee jumped, and I used to like to go really fast on motorcycles. And even that's really hardcore for me. It used to be you had to have an actual job on top of sports, and you'd work a totally different job during the off season. Not anymore. No, because they're training the entire off season. And the sad thing is, in sports, I consider like the EAU system grooming, because in the American system, they take kids from a young age, teach them their whole life to play one sport, and then they're done by 29 years old.
I mean, sport, I don't even mind if we pay them so that they don't have to have a separate job, because it's hard to, find employment for 3 months out of the year or whatever. But some of the salaries are out of hand.
Well, it also depends on like the sport. LeBron James made so much money that he was able to open up a school.
Mm,
That's a positive thing, you know.
yes.
Matter of fact, Matt Johnson gave a big speech about how people don't invest, and LeBron James was one of the only people to reinvest in his area.
Mm.
What do you think? Do you think in our society that education is more important than sports?
Do I think that society sees it that way, or do I feel that way?
No, do you feel that way?
I think that education is more important than sports, but I also feel that education can take many different guises. You know, for example, I don't think that everyone should have to go to college. We need trades, and not everyone wants to work in an office, and we need people to fix things and build things. So I would consider that education. Go ahead.
Getting my welding certification changed my life.
Yeah.
Because I was able to compete with everybody else as far as being able to make a certain amount of money every year, you know?
Yeah.
Because everybody, no matter, as long as there's metal around, you will need someone to know how to put those two pieces of steel together, you know?
I think that that there's something to be said for teaching people how to think and not just take what they've been told. And so I think that there is something to be said for classes like that, and also teaching people general business and things, so that they're, even if they work for someone else, they're not taken advantage of. So I think that we could incorporate that into trades and things. I don't think that it has to be an all or nothing.
I agree. Not in our society. Look at all the K-12 schools with falling down, mold-ridden buildings, and brand new football stadiums. Do you know they're having that problem in the UK right now, where they use the specific, I don't want to misquote, but it's like a certain concrete. Their schools are literally crumbling to the point where kids have to go back to homeschooling, and it's a major problem because they used it in a major contract for all the schools.
Oh no.
So right now in the UK, the schools are literally crumbling. Like literally. The state of affairs right now is insane.
I know that also you and I have talked about they, for the education, at least in California, that's funded by the property taxes.
Yes.
And so, I mean, you end up with de facto inequality, because a rich neighborhood has more money to fund the schools. I think that we should pool that for the whole state, and then that should be spread out for the students, so that we don't end up with places where schools are falling apart versus they're getting new computers every year.
Like I told you, my high school education, when I went to college, there were certain classes I was exempt from because I already received them in high school. And there were other kids that had to take a whole beginner, all the 101s because their high school didn't prepare them,
Yeah.
Aircrete. Yes. Even in hospitals, the UK is literally crumbling right now. Literally.
It's hard too, because, like nothing lasts forever apart from Roman concrete, apparently. But like things need maintenance. We built something, just thinking of like the natural gas lines and things, they're acting like they're surprised that they're falling apart. And it's like, well, you put these in a long time ago, and you should have been preparing to upgrade them and refurbish them, because you knew that they were eventually going to be out.
I agree with you. But what happens when someone cuts corners from the jump?
Yeah, that's a disgrace. That's criminal.
Because I don't think people, like, when I build things, and I got this from my predecessor, I used to always call him Pharaoh, because he would start projects and I'd be like, bro, you ain't gonna be around when we finish this. And he's like, I know, but he was thinking about the future.
Yeah.
He was thinking beyond himself.
Yeah.
And how many people can do that, first off, and how many people with power are going to be like, I'm going to build this bridge because it's going to help people 200 years from now. You know, in the Western world, we don't do that, you know?
Yeah. And then, you know, we need to build things in such a way that they can be repaired. And we also need to have a plan for the future maintenance of the thing and future replacement if necessary.
Right now, I'm not telling anyone to move here. I constantly tell people don't move to California, but if you know how to work AC DC motors, right now is your time because they don't teach it anymore. So someone like this guy here is like the last generation of people who know how to fix motors or how to properly run wires and reconnect those motors.
Which is a problem. I mean, I know that like you get a lot of this talk in some nationalist circles, but I mean, let's be realistic. If we send all of our things overseas, then we end up with, you know, shortages of trades, and we end up with not being able to fix our own stuff. And, you know, It's hard on the environment, shipping things all around the world unnecessarily. You know, some things we want free trade with people and, you know, exchange of goods and things. But when we fob everything off on someone else and we don't know how to do our own things, connect our own motors, etc., it's a problem.
And it's weird to me that people don't, because regardless of the fact that I learned from my grandfather and my father, they also taught me in high school about AC and how to fix motors and stuff. And they do not do that. They don't teach us trades anymore as children.
Yeah. Because
they're trying to fix that
go
here.
to college.
Yeah, true. Sorry. They were trying to fix that here in PA. The funding disparity between rural and urban schools is crazy, and it comes to a head. Although it doesn't help that we have way too many schools in general. Kilroy, in my town, it was planned this way, but we have an elementary school every mile and a junior high school every 3 miles in my town. And there are 6 or 7 high schools in my town.
And are they full?
Every single one of them. Well, the newer one, I almost doxed myself because it's the name of the town over there where they filmed Picard. I doubt that school is to full capacity because they couldn't strap up a full football team. But it's a newer school. And my school I went to was a transitional school. And my first year there, they had 4 full classes. So I understand that, you know. We've commanded everybody to go to college for 40 years and have been outsourcing things for 30 years and wonder why we're in the current situation. So true. People look at me like I'm this tubular, surfed out dude. Then they call and they're like, oh, crud, you really are the only guy who can fix this. And I'm like, yep.
And it's about finding a balance. You know, if we've skewed too far one way or the other, you know, we can't.
I agree. No, I agree. Like, the person I work with, like, there's someone who we'll call him the assistant manager. He's older than I am by 15, 20 years. And he tells me I need to curb my expectations when I hire people because I'm shocked that people don't know how to drive tractors anymore, or they don't know how to do certain things. And these are farm kids. These aren't even like, these are people coming from Iowa. These are like farm kids applying for the job. But the times have changed. Technology has taken over. On the Kubota tractor, I sit on that thing and it tries to talk to me. I've shut off but it literally, like, it'll tell you your weight. You could like plan out maps on it and stuff. My old tractor has 16 gears. I dare somebody to turn that thing on and not make it fall downhill or even move it. It literally has 16 gears. I doubt they'd even know how to get it going, you know?
So do you look for people that seem to be trainable, or do you just keep looking? Like, what do you do?
Most people don't apply to my job unless you have a certain set of skills. Because you have to know how to shoot a horse driver tractor. You have to have government clearance to be around people with disabilities. If you've made it to me, you've made it through the gauntlet that is the applying process. Because of all the certifications, we can't just have anybody walking on campus, you know. So usually, and plus, let's be real, like I'm mothered with ed at the end, so like I'll get a memo this long, like this person is this and this and you should hire them because of this, or they'll be like, no. They made it through the process, but it's a hell no, like it depends, it takes a village, as they say.
Yeah.
But I'll be real, we're becoming, let's just say it's fewer and far between to find
Mhm.
people who can weed whack a field and know to properly drink water, to know how to take care of themselves, to like work in a team, because we're around a lot of rattlesnakes. You have to work in a
Mm.
team. You can't have headphones on because you have to be able to sound out. We work Kevlar leg guards. You have to it's a lot. I think but that's any job. There's intricacies in any job, in anything, And
Yeah.
mine is an onion, because the skills aren't just, you can't just be good at one thing. You have to, kind of be a jack of all trades.
But I think, kind of going back to what Kilroy just said about, we expect everyone to go to college and then we wonder why we have our current situation. I think a lot of times kids don't even know that these jobs are things, or that they just, like that they can be taught how to do these valuable skills. I think people just like, oh, well, I don't know how to do that, or is that a thing, or like just, I think sometimes even just the whole idea that you don't think about the electrical grid. You just think about, you plug something in and it works. And like anything beyond that, you don't think about, the 50 careers that there are working in
I agree with you.
utilities.
I'm a little bit more harsh because I've had to deal with the younger generation, but I
Yeah.
think as a whole, we're not as bad off as we think we are. It's just we're in a certain period of time right now, No, because I say these extremely cynical things, but in my real life, like, we find capable people, teachable people. They're the younger generation. They're gonna be okay, I
Mhm.
say some ageist things, but the truth is they're smarter than us because they had more advantages. Because there are certain things that we never looked up, and they have the entire world at their fingertips.
Yeah.
So in a lot of ways, they're much more over analytical. They're and to me, that's like, sometimes I do things turbo. You see my sewing. I'm like, I'm gonna make coveralls, and I just start cutting and like hope the shape comes out, And I don't know which one's better. I don't know if the old school way or the new school way, or maybe it's somewhere in the middle.
I think that it's not even necessarily so much a problem with the choices that are made. It's that people don't have the information to fully make a choice.
I agree. When you said that the first time, it made me think of the first time someone told me that alfalfa and hay make money. And I'm going to tell you, alfalfa and hay make money. But I didn't even know alfalfa was, like, when they told me, I didn't even know alfalfa was real. I thought it was a
Mm.
racist name that people would just say to other people. No, you can make money off of hay and alfalfa if you grow it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know.
Yeah.
And then I learned, and I was like, I have a field. Who can I sell this to? And then eventually, one thing turned into another,
Yeah.
I've noticed a lot of people who just do better and are healthier working with their hands rather than in an office too. But we push those people towards college-backed office work.
Yeah.
I'm the kind of, I would go crazy in office. I
Yeah.
have an office. I'm Jack O'Neill. In I believe it's season 8 of Stargate. You bear with me, I'm a Stargate geek. Colonel Carter looks like there's this whole thing that goes on. And like Jack O'Neill's like saying like, oh, what about this and this? He's saying the pros and cons of taking over the base. And he's like, but I'll have a desk. And at the end of the conversation, Carter looks at him and she says, sir, for the record, you've had a desk this entire time. And that's me. Like, I've had a desk. I just don't sit at it. What's the point?
Yeah. And I think that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about expecting everyone to be the same or have one, one path, we're not all the same.
And that's why I love watching it trips out some people, especially like the older British ladies when I jump in their thing and they're like, there's been quite a few people who are like, oh my gosh, Godless Sewing is actually into sewing, but I want to know about people in other styles and people that aren't like me and people that are not necessarily into the same things that I am,
Yeah.
I like diversity. We've been going for 5 hours. We've been going for a while. I'll go a little bit longer, but we've officially pulled the 5 hour. I've officially gone full Elvis this evening. Let me get ready for my outro. For anyone who was here earlier, you know what's gonna happen. Do you have anything you'd like to shill?
No, nothing today. I am trying to stay upright and catch up on things. Ali Bobby says, yep, time for me to
Thank you for making it this far, Ollie. Thank you. And honestly, I'm glad you made it this far because I would not have had this idea if it wasn't for you. So I utterly and completely thank you. Kilroy, you are absolutely awesome. Mark Short, if you're watching this in the future, I hope you're doing well. I am always here for you. And Joy, Pam, I want to thank everybody. And I want to thank Waternay for coming by and classing up the joint.
Oh, thank you.
You add class to the house of sewing. Because we're a bunch of Klingons around here.
Oh my word. I hope people aren't on there.
Always causing drama. One of these days we will slay you. Because here in the house of sewing, we're all about having fun. We are pirates around here.
I hope everyone feels free to be the pirate that they want to be.
Because I loved that band, we are one heck of a motley crew. I loved that band as a kid.
So
that did work better than I thought. Thank you so much. I am so stoked you gave me this idea. Oh no, Joy, thank you for hanging out with us. Crazy people. Well, I'm like I said, Waternay classes up the joint. I'm the crazy pirate guy. So I thank you very much. And I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be back on Wednesday, same bat time, same bat channel. I hope everyone has a great couple of days. It's not like you won't see me. I'll be back on Wednesday, like I said. This was a great idea. I'm going to be wearing this, and I'm going to improve on this. So, like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.